doubts like the playing cards close to my chest. Turn them round for the river and hope it's something that I won't regret. So I'm holding myself on a precipice, and I've been dreaming off the ground. So I'm looking for something that's definite. I'm praying you don't let me down. It's gotta be all, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, oh, it's gotta be all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. It's gotta be all or nothing. It's gotta be all or nothing. Oh, oh, or nothing at all. It's almost like falling in love for the first time, all over again. Hold on tight to the feeling, but it's a roller coaster in my head. So I'm holding myself on a precipice, and I've been dreaming off the ground. So I'm looking for something that's definite. I'm praying you don't let me down. It's gotta be all, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. It's gotta be all or nothing. It's gotta be all or nothing. Oh, or nothing at all. Hold these doubts like the playing cards close to my chest. Turn them round for the river and hope it's something that I won't regret. So I'm holding myself on a precipice, and I've been dreaming off the ground. So I'm looking for something that's definite. I'm praying you don't let me down. It's gotta be all, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, oh, it's gotta be all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. It's gotta be all or nothing. It's gotta be all or nothing. Oh, oh, or nothing at all. It's almost like falling in love for the first time, all over again. Hold on tight to the feeling, but it's a roller coaster in my head. So I'm holding myself on it. I'm praying you don't let me down. It's gotta be all. It's gotta be all or nothing. All or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing. All or nothing. These doubts like the playing cards close to my chest. Turn them round for the river and hope it's something that I won't regret. So I'm holding myself on a precipice, and I've been dreaming off the ground. So I'm looking for something that's definite. I'm praying you don't let me down. It's gotta be all. It's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, oh, it's gotta be all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. It's almost like falling in love for the first time, all over again. Hold on tight to the feeling, but it's a roller coaster in my head. So I'm holding myself on a precipice, and I've been dreaming off the ground. So I'm looking for something that's definite. I'm praying you don't let me down. It's gotta be all. It's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. It's gotta be all or nothing. It's gotta be all or nothing. Oh, or nothing at all. Hold these doubts like the playing cards close to my chest. Turn them round for the river and hope it's something that I won't regret. So I'm holding myself on a precipice, and I've been dreaming off the ground. So I'm looking for something that's definite. I'm praying you don't let me down. It's gotta be all. It's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing, for the first time, all over again. Hold on tight to the feeling, but it's a roller coaster in my head. So I'm holding myself on a precipice, and I've been dreaming off the ground. So I'm looking for something that's definite. I'm praying you don't let me down. It's gotta be it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. It's gotta be all or nothing. It's gotta be all or nothing. Or nothing at all. Hold these doubts like the playing cards close to my chest. Turn them round for the river and hope it's something that I won't regret. So I'm holding myself on a precipice, and I've been dreaming off the ground. So I'm looking for something that's definite. I'm praying you don't let me down. It's gotta be all. It's gotta be all or nothing, all or nothing. Oh, it's gotta be all or
It's going to be the day number 4 of week number 1 of the Do League 2023, and we are once more the voices of the English broadcast. I'm the Warden, and right here with me is going to be Wasabi Gaming. And, you know, Wasabi, together we've tackled 2 games here, 2 days so far into this tournament, and a lot of things has been able to be changed up now. And for the most of it, it's going to be a storyline revolving around IHT and STALWART Esports being the number 2 teams in this competition. No, I don't exactly.
Days, and we are going to be able to see hopefully more action from these teams. And I don't know, Warden, I think a lot of things can happen here. We saw some teams that we weren't expecting to win come out on top yesterday, and well, this week is about to come to an end. One more day happening tomorrow, and we'll find out who's going to be able to get some of those prizes for week number 1. So of course, this is the time that it's starting to count way more, and this is going to be one of their last opportunities to be able to put numbers up on that board.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow will be the last and determining factor on who's going to be able to be the number 1 team that will be able to take away that 900 USD directly to their pockets. Moving over to the second team here, they will be getting $500 to directly towards your pocket as well. Third team will get 300, fourth will get 200, and the MVP will get 100. And these prize pool right here will be distributed all only directly towards week number 1. We'll have another set of batch here of the same prize pool moving over to week number 2 as well.
Yep, and after that, we are also going to have an overall prize pool, which is going to be the winners of week 1 and 2 combined. And there's going to be 10 teams that are going to be getting a prize from that, and that's going to be a total prize pool of 6,000 for that overall ranking. But right now, we're going to be looking at the leaderboard so far, and as you can see here, Stalwart Esports is going to be way up high at 140 points so far, that most of these teams, I don't even know if they'll have an opportunity to catch up. IHC is the closest one, and yet they're about 27 points away from the players of Stalwart Esports.
Just by overall looking at the whole differential here between Stalwart Esports and IHC, in regards to eliminations, they're not really too far away from each other. Only 2 points in regards to the eliminations, but where separated them was really that winner chicken dinners. 3 rounds for the side of the way of Stalwart Esports. But moving over now here to batch number 2 of the overall rankings, we have Mark GPX, CMF XGSM, YOODO Alliance, Alter Ego Ares, Egon XIA, 7th Elements, XERXIA Esports, and 141 official. And honestly, the biggest changer here is going to be CMF XGSM actually on number 10, and 141 official, despite the fact that they had like one of the best runs for the eliminations coming in from the last run that we saw from Miramar, they're going to be at the very bottom.
And of course, this is the time that they need to be able to step up and change this, especially because they are at the bottom right now. And we aren't really, sometimes we are able to see good plays from them, but it's not really consistent that they're able to get enough kills or at least placement points to be able to move maybe higher up to the second page or even make it into the first page. But right now, a little bit of a stats comparison between the top 2 teams so far. It's going to be Stalwart Esports versus the players of IHC Esports. And as you can see here, Stalwart is going to be on top for everything: eliminations, damage, overall ranking, and average survival time. They're just going to have a huge edge over the players of IHC.
I mean, looking at the survival time as well here for the side of IHC, only 14 minutes, but being able to put up pretty much the same impact in regards to eliminations is pretty impressive. It goes to show how well and how aggressive they can be in the competition here for the side of PUBG Mobile. And moving over now to the overall rank here for the side of Do League. I mean, yes, for sure, Stalwart Esports are on the lead right now, but IHC, they're on the trail as well. Not too far behind in regards to eliminations, but where I want them to shine, it's going to be obviously winning off those rounds once more. Moving over now here to the head-to-head run here between Vibes, for Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports. We have Apex here alongside with Choconaut X, both tied up now in regards to the eliminations, and pretty much both tied as well for the FPM. And for the survival time, not too far, not too differentiated here from one another. And it's crazy to see how well and how identical these 2 players are.
Very, very identical, but the average survival time is going to go towards the side of Choconaut. Although, even if the MVP rank goes to the side of Apex of 4 Miracle Vibes. Now, I think that may be just because of probably the damage dealt by Apex. He's able to get a lot of damage placed on his opponents, which really helps his team close up the kills.
Yeah, and here for the side of Stalwart Esports for Miracle Vibes, especially here for Miracle Vibes, I mean, the story has been revolving around them here coming from the last 4 days, where are they at? I mean, they haven't been able to really live up to the expectations coming from the audience, and it's really impressive now that they are able to, rack up these eliminations as well, but obviously they are nowhere to be found in regards to like the overall top 3 of the competition. It's about time for them to pop off, and this is exactly the prize pool that we talked about here, Zabi, coming from the week 1 and week 2 of the main event. It's going to be the same old prize pool now, and once more, tomorrow will be the determining factor. Who's going to be able to rack up the champions, the runner-up, the second runner-ups, and the 4th position overall. But once we do move over now to the last and final day of the event, coming in from the 15th of October, the champion, the team that has the most points, will get 1,500 directly to their pockets, and the rest goes on.
Yep, and 1,500 is a lot of money, and I'm sure all of these teams are rooting for them to be able to get it. But for now, at least for week 1, I think Stalwart has a very good chance of maintaining their spot, especially considering about their 30-point difference over the rest of the players here. But we are going to take a quick look at the matches for tonight.
And looking at the matches here, it's gonna be looking like it's gonna be Sandhawk here for the last and final day, and I mean for the last and final round at least. And this is gonna be a bit of a a bit of a switcheroo here, comparing it from the yesterday's run where we got to see Sandhawk on the first game. This time we're gonna be starting off with Erangel alongside with Miramar right after. On the middle we go back to Erangel, and on the fourth game on Miramar. And last but not the least, once more it's gonna be Sandhawk. So I do hope that they're going to be able to conserve their energy, especially for this round of map, to those teams that really relies on those eliminations, because if not, they're going to miss out a lot.
They definitely have to play this very strategic. Sandhawk is going to be the last and final match, which is going to be on the smaller sides of the map, which means this is going to be where there's going to be a lot of close range combats. And of course, you don't want to be burnt out at that last and final match, especially considering how many engagements you might be faced with in Sandhawk. So, of course, you might want to have you might want to start reserving your energy early on, especially for those teams who are going to be playing for all of these or most of these match in the early half of the game, and try to reserve their energy for it later on as well.
Now, here we go. The schedules here for this event right now. We're currently at October 8th. So October 9th will be the last and final day here for week number 1. All the way down to week number 2, we will have 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. It's going to be games pretty much straight up. And we're going to have a break here on the 10th of October. So that's going to be enough time as well for the team to reset their whole strategy here as they move over to week number 2. After all, week number 2 is not just something that you're playing for the specific week prize pool. This is where we're going to be able to determine who's going to have the most points in the overall event.
Yep, and right now we are seeing close to the end of the first week. Just as I mentioned a while ago, we only have one more day, which is going to be happening tomorrow. And then after that, as Warden said, we're going to be taking a short break and going straight to day 2, where we are going to see and find out who is going to be the overall champion of the match. But we are not going to keep you guys waiting too long. We're about to head straight into the game, and I am getting excited to find out which among these teams are going to be able to win the first match. Again, we're going to have Group A, B, C, and D in rotation for this first game.
Oh yeah, I mean, here we go, guys. The moment you all have been waiting for, the actions here riding up front, coming in next here into this game. And once more, we are going to be going to Erangel, moving over to Miramar, back to Erangel we go. And last but not the least, Miramar and Sandhawk. So let's see what can players offer here onto this on tonight's run. May we see the underdogs rise up, or can the heavy hitters now finally just own things down once more? I mean, safe to say that IHE, alongside with STALWART Esports, coming from the side of 4Miracle Vibes, is really hungry to make the difference. And here we go. Drops now flying through. It's going to be cutting in the middle of Erangel. But one thing that we also love to talk about here, coming in from the last few previous days, is that the circle where it initially starts, it usually revolves around at the end of the flight path. So let's see if it's going to be the same fad here. If not, then I hope that the teams will have no problems at all in regards to rotations, because we do get to see a lot of heavy hitters as well be put into a very bad mix-up to the point that they don't really have the odds into their favor. But hey, that is just the nature of PUBG Mobile. Let's see if that's the way to go. Here we go. Drops now flying in. It's going to be STALWART here on Novo. 4Miracle Vibes on the military island specifically. BIGETRON Red Villains playing around the farmland. We have NB Esports as well, heading into the vicinity of Prison and Mansion. 7 elements revolving around the outcoast of the southern side of the map. YOODO Alliance just hanging on towards the edge of the zone. For the side of Hale Esports, alongside with Vampire and FAZE Clan, they are going to be revolving around Georgia Pole, and I do believe that Vampire Esports would love to extend as well to XERXIA. So there's no really altercations on towards the part of the map. And last but not the least, we have Morph GPX alongside with Sam9 and Team XERXIA playing around the central part of the map. And for the side of the Xavier, going to be at Pochinki here for you guys.
Yep, a lot of teams spread out throughout the area. But I'm pretty happy that the zone is a little bit more favorable this time, considering the zones that we were getting yesterday. And there were a lot of teams that had to travel far distances to just be able to survive and get into that safe zone. But I think the PUBG gods are having a little bit more mercy for the players today, putting majority of them within zone as it opens up. But of course, we are going to head straight back into the game as we take a look at the players of phase here. They are going to be walking around the area. YOODO Alliance as well, trying to gather up and look for loot.
And Faceland here has been able to put down 2 players so far out away from IHC, and they want to take down some more. Demo OG running away with a UMP. MR5Z here on the Ventoris. And he wants to get the final few connections to get the kill. And IHC, they respond back with 1 as well. Melastic's down to the ground. Can they get the convincing hold here for the time being? I mean, they do have 1 player under the custody, and they can possibly reach away 2 more as well. And it's going to be FaZe here, wrapping around the outskirts. Demo OG on top, and it's going to be Onzang's actually picking up Elastic, so they are going to be able to put the reset here down in up against IHC.
And right now we're going to be seeing the players of FaZe trying to loot the area, but they have to be careful because Godless of IHC is very close by. And if you guys have been watching the last couple of days, Godless has been an extreme menace to the rest of the players, causing a lot of damage. But before we see that, we are going to see the players of D-Savior trying to go in on Genesis Esports with smokes coming through. They're going to be able to eliminate the players of Genesis Esports, and IHC surprisingly gets eliminated as well.
I mean, surprising for a set of IHC, but not so surprising for a set of Genesis Esports, as with every round that we have been granted here, especially coming in from yesterday's run, Genesis Esports was one of those squads that just can't avoid the trouble in the early stage of the game. And for the most of it, you'd expect them to at least bounce back on towards the next round, even if they get early altercations. But so far, it hasn't been that way. Mechanically wise, they have been failing. So faulty for them. But on the flip side, IHC, them going out this early here for the set of, Erangel, especially since the last time, I mean, the first time we got to see them pop off, it was on Erangel specifically, and they were able to rack up 14 eliminations. So it really goes to show as well that they were able to hold things down up against them. And this is a revenge run here for set of FaZe Clan, because for 1 drop as well, it was IHC and FaZe Clan in the same vicinity on the run for Georgia Pool. And this time, it's just going to be the time of FaZe.
I mean, FaZe Clan said there's only space for 1 of us, and it's going to be us. So you guys better leave. And they just took the players of IHC out. But right now, quick look at the players of the Hale Esports. We are going to see them trying to loot out the area, but they are going to have majority of the coastline to themselves, not seeing too many players around them, which is going to allow them to get better loot and prepare for the later half of the game.
Now, Hale Esports could be a team that we could watch out for as well. Absolutely late bloomers into the competition, and something that they really excel on is really picking out those proper fights. They don't really love to engage into situations where they don't really have the best hold off to, and that is exactly one way that they are able to, stay on the first page of the overall rankings. Now, NBA Sports, a bit of a 50-50 here for me, as, yes, for sure, they have a pretty convincing composition of Sek, Monduemu, alongside with Fistboy and Akazko. And so far, there's a bit of inconsistency here between these squads. But at the same time, this is a new day once more. Let's see if they can offer something different.
Let's see if they're going to be able to change things up. I mean, honestly, we have seen a couple plays from them, but really not that much that they are a team that I would say that is considerably strong. So I think they want to be able to prove themselves a little bit more here. And same goes for the players of XERXIA Esports. Sometimes we see them pop off, sometimes we don't. It's really just a game of luck between them and if they're able to claim a couple of rounds. But right now you can see that they're trying to spot out the players of 7th Element. There's one really close by, and I think they're going to try to go in for that engagement.
For this clash possible, and I'm dreaming here for a set of Team XERXIA and 7 Elements. the odds are really in favor of the Super Team. XERXIA, after all, they were the kickers of the main event, being able to rack up a lot of eliminations alongside with the winner chicken dinner as well. So it's going to be a bit of a toll here for a set of 7 elements. Nonetheless, once more, they can change things up. I mean, 7 elements, I know them as a very clutchy team. Even if if there's going to be a discrepancy within their side, they do manage to pick it up, put themselves back into the battlefield, and try to clutch things up. But for now, they're not really going to be able to get any opportunities out from this case. Now, Alter Egos, we did start things off yesterday's run with them up against Haley Esports. And unfortunately for that time being, they were outside of the zone. They were in rotation. Haley Esports were already solidified into the camp. And that was just history set on forward with them just getting mown down out in the open.
And right now, taking a quick look at the players of BIGETRON, they're very far from one another, although they have their vehicles, which is going to allow them to rotate quickly later. They are surprisingly close to the players of STALWART Esports, and with the amount of noise that they are making, they should definitely play a little bit more careful. Right now, they're about to go into an engagement with one another. We can already see a couple of the players getting and dealing some damage respectively, but a final push hasn't come through just yet. Lapar here trying to scope out top of the side of STALWART Esports, not able to land the shots just yet, but aware of each other's location.
Now, BIGETRON Red Villains winning a wrangle is no stranger for them. They were able to pick off 2 in the eyes of, with my eyes. And something about them is that they really love to play passively. So I wouldn't be so surprised as well if they don't really engage up against STALWART right now. After all, if they do get the information that it is STALWART on the opposition, I don't think they would want to engage, because we all know STALWART Esports being probably, safe to say, the best team right now here for this week number 1. So it's going to be a bit of a testament as well on whether does BIGETRON Red Villains does have the confidence to put up the clash, or do they just want to play it safe, just like how they've been doing so in the last few days?
Well, that's the huge question right now. But as the zone gets smaller, the play area gets smaller, the blue zone gets closer. And right now, we are going to see a couple of teams still in that safe area, but a couple of them outside the zone as well. Specifically, it's going to be a VPE as well as YOODO. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be STALWART Esports as well. But we are going to see a couple of the teams inside zone getting relatively close to one another, about to come into an engagement. Right now on the kill feed, we're going to see the players of Alter Egos taking a couple of the players of SEM9 down, but it looks like BIGETRON's also going to be in the mix for this equation, and that's going to be an engagement, a cross engagement between 3 teams here.
Here in City Cathedral, it's going to be Depp spraying down 1 player from the set of BIGETRON Red Villains. And now he does give this opener right now for the rest of his teammates to hop right in. Mikhail and Kenny S down to the ground. Tam and Depp here looking to make the play. And so far, it might just be Mikhail as well, being able to get granted another life for the time being. Tam on the molly will get sprayed down. And Alter Egos founding themselves into the mix as well. Hopping right in, looking to get an entry. Depp with the UMP right now, holding the angle. But he gets spotted down from behind by BIGETRON Red Villains. And now it's going to be SEM9 trampling, crumbling, falling into shambles. And there's only Mikhail left alone for the side of SEM9 of Malaysia.
And now things are going to get a little bit harder, because it's going to be SEM9's last and final player, as Warden mentioned earlier. And the players of Alter Egos, on the other hand, they're trying to heal up their teammates, and they still have about 3 players in the mix, one of which just needs to be revived to be able to get back into the action. But as I say that, STE is going to be able to knock down the players of BIGETRON out of the game, and down to 13 teams left. And Mikhail here, last player, is just trying to slow things down, using the smokes to block off the area. He knows he doesn't have the power, he doesn't have the advantage here, especially considering that there's still 3 players outside. But nonetheless, he peeks out and unfortunately gets faced by death, getting pushed out of the competition, and down to 12 left. And Icy here knows that the players of Alter Egos are close by, so they are going to prepare for that push as well. But not only them, but as well as for Merkel Vibes.
Now, for Miracle Vibes, STALWART Esports, this is looking to be pretty interesting as well. Stalwart on top of the mountain will get a lot of damage directly towards them, but Doc responds back with his own shot as well. Icy down to the ground, but Die For You will be able to get the pickup. And in the process, coming in from the first 10 minutes of this game, we got to see 3 squads eliminated already. IHG getting taken down by the side of FaZe Clan, while on the other side of the spectrum, we had Sem9 getting taken over by Alter Egos as well. But this battle here over all this game is looking really fast here, Wasabi, honestly. This is just constant action here that we weren't really expecting to see, especially on the first round of Erangel.
We were definitely not expecting to see these aggressive plays, but I do am enjoying it a lot actually. And right now we're going to be seeing a couple contests coming in from the side of For Miracle Vibes as they try to go around and rotate, trying to get a better angle on the players of Stalwart Esports, who are actually going to be in the buildings having a little bit more cover. As you can see here, long range engagements coming between these two teams, none of them faltering just yet, but with the players of Stalwart Esports a little bit in a better position in comparison to the players of For Miracle Vibes. For Miracle will be forced to rotate a bit.
It's really a wild run here so far, 13 minutes into the game, and Sem9, BTR, IHG, and Genesis Esports, it's now really out from the chase, but the battle lives on. Alter Egos, they only have 2 players right now, and I wouldn't be so surprised as well if they can't really push through and put more impact as the round passed by here. For Miracle Vibes, in the process, will only be able to have 1 elimination point so far, but they do have 2 opportunities right up front. Here for the set of NB Esports, they do have 1 squad right around the perimeter, and that's going to be Vampire Esports for you. From afar, coming in from the western side of the map, that is going to be 7 elements as well. Could be found into the mix later on. And just by looking at the terrain that we are having here coming from stage 3, it is a very wide and plain ground here that these teams has to play for. Aside from NB Esports, of course, owning this compound down, so they do have this room to work with.
They definitely have more room to work with, especially conquering that area. But look at this. We actually have quite a lot of teams in the area. We have For Miracle Vibes as well as YOODO, as well as the players of Stalwart Esports, all in one area. But most of them trying to actually take the players of Stalwart Esports down, and we also have Alter Egos right around the corner. So this is going to be a lot of engagements happening at the same time if they all decide to push. But of course, considering the situation at hand, most of them are going to choose to slow things down. And that's what we're seeing right now. Not too much engagements, although in the kill feed, we can see that the players of NB Esports have plans of their own, trying to take a couple of players down. FaZe now left with 2 members. Same goes with the players of Alter Egos.
Oh, and Stalwart from a distance does take down the players of FaZe Clan. That's going to be enough to soften them down. And Alter Egos, they get the cleanup at the end of the clash. And now they want to put up the reset. Don't go out. Stalwart Esports might just hunt you down as well. And Alter Egos, with them winning the clash, they are now on top of the scoreboard with 5 eliminations. That's exactly what we like to see. 2 vehicles to play with, 2 players remaining. And once more, talked about their odds. I wouldn't be so surprised if they're not going to put up the impact, but slowly but surely, they're putting in the steps as well. So they are going to be able to survive for the time being, but wherever they look, coming in from the southwest side, all the way down to the northern side of the map, and also southeast, there is going to be a lot of composition that they have to deal with. Also on towards the eastern side as well. So they are caught into the mix right now, and if they don't decide to go for one direction and try to clean up and put a leeway to their side, it might just be them being the next squad eliminated from the chase, as looking at the resources, nothing much to play with.
Look at this though. We are going to be actually out in the opens here, and even while they are out in the opens, they're not going for too many engagements. But right now, as we see, there's going to be a couple shots being fired from afar. Long range engagements happening on here with both NB Esports, VPE, as well as XERXIA Esports, and a couple other clans as well. As we can see from the overview, they are relatively far from one another, but Nonetheless, they're going to try to push with the engagements, with the smokes, grenades in hand, to be able to deal damage from afar. And those scopes and snipers are going to come in handy as well.
It's a standoff right near, awaiting to happen. Not really as of the moment, but you got to play off the timing. And if you do get the opportunity, depends on you whether you grab it or not. Do note that it's a very collateral decision if ever you do decide to go for it, as there's once more just plenty of squads right around the perimeter. Vampire Esports is playing on the ridge. Team XERXIA will be coming in from the backside. They do have Vampire Esports as well coming in from the eastern side of the map, or directly towards the southeastern side of the map. So it is going to be pretty iffy as well if they do decide to go for the clash. And 7 Elements now trying to put up a lot of shots as well here directly to the way of Hale Esports. Alien inside the smoke. T24 OP will be on the compound. And unfortunately for set of Alien, if he does go down, there's not going to be a lot of his teammates. There's not going to be any teammates at all, actually, to get the pickup. So they better choose their gunfights. They see Hale Esports from a distance, and I think they want to go for a spray down. Now, detonation comes through, gets slow, goes down to the ground. Big shots coming in from set of 7 Elements, and they want to put themselves into the mix.
Goku bot here trying to deal damage on the vehicles, but of course not enough to really take it down just yet. Maybe some warning shots to their opponents, but nothing to really close up the kill. And right now from afar, they're going to try to get a couple shots. Unfortunately though, the Savior is going to take quite a couple of the players of 7 Element out of the equation. Now they're going to be down to 2. Goku bot taking the vehicle, trying to get away, but unfortunately faced by the players of Hale Esports. Getting shot after shot, he's going to be forced to get out of the vehicle, use it as a way of cover. And now we're going to see VPE as well doing the same thing, trying to go into an engagement with XERXIA, but XERXIA just too strong, going to be able to get some shots landed. VPE does their damage as well, and they are still going to have 4 players in the equation, while XERXIA is going to be down to 1 player left up and moving, and 1 that is in need of revival.
That was such a nail-biting situation for the side of Vampire Esports, especially since the fact that Team XERXIA was the team that was able to initiate that very clash. So really props to Vampire Esports for being able to put up the recovery, but the battle lives on here between the Xavier and 7 Elements. Goku bot down below just next to the bug. Smoke will be separating the vision coming in from the side of Levi's. And from afar, he wants to go for the shot as well here for the side of Hale Esports. Gotta take on 1 for now. He wants to confirm the kill here on towards Gokubot, and that's gonna be Lamborghini as well here, dominating the show so far in regards to the eliminations. The Xavier now up in the board. They have so much more opportunities, and that's gonna be enough as well for them to eliminate 7 Elements.
7 Elements out and 10 teams left in the mix, but a lot of action coming your way because the players of Fort Miracle Vibes going for an aggressive push is going to get taken down, and looks like Fort Miracle going to be down to 2 players left. Pays for the push that they did earlier, and now VPE trying to stay alive. Although they only have 1 player left, they're going to try to maintain the players that they can, but unfortunately it does not go their way. And Morph as well gets eliminated from the equation. 9 teams left, 20 minutes in the game. Only stage 5, but a lot of things happening already. And I think as soon as they start pushing again, right now we're taking a quick break, but when they start pushing again, like now, we are going to see the end of this game pretty quickly as they're all out in the open.
Bang! Stone sprays down, takes down NB Esports Fizz Boy. And he wants to get some more, mowing them down. Vampire Esports Stone now to the ground. And he wants to get every player here out from the competition. And he's going to be able to go on a tree spree to get the cleanup up against NBA Esports. They put it down, and they secure the top 8 here for the time being. And they get the pickup as well here for his last teammate here on the ground. The battle lives on with the Xavier and Vampire Esports now tied up with elimination. Stalwart and Alter Egos, alongside with 4 Miracle Vibes as well here, will be able to put themselves into the mix. YOODO Alliance, Team XERXIA, and Hale Esports pretty stale in regards to the eliminations. But there's still going to be a lot more opportunities here. Talking about stage 5, only having 21 players to play with, we can really expect things to go really faster once more as Hale Esports going at it now against Vampire. Nades fly through, they get the connection. Only 1 more bullet to connect, and Vampire Esports, they get thrown out in the chase as well.
very aggressive pushes from the side of Hale, but of course that's something we should have expected already considering their gameplay in the past couple of days. But look at the map right now. We have some teams, some players outside of the safe zone. Of course, they are going to be forced to move in. The players of Stalwart Esports though, they're going for a split push, 2 players on each side, not really close to each other, but not also too far that you'd have to worry, which is going to be able to allow them to sandwich the rest of their opponents in. But right now, we can see Stalwart though, they have plans, they have other plans. They're going to try to find a safe area within zone to actually hold down, and luckily enough they're going to be able to find a building here that they are going to be able to use to their advantage. They see their opponents outside, out in the open, while they have covered and place to hide.
Hale gets slow flash and Sky only out in the open, up against the Xavier on towards the mountain. And Chua gets the detonation as well with the nade. Slowing it down out here for the side of Hale Esports. It's going to be the Xavier closing in the distance as well. Lamborghini on the front line. Flash as well wrapping around. And he wants to go for a push now. Looking to pick up Sky only, but Megamind is just right behind him. And this is something that they don't know. Megamind can just peep out, throws that Molotov directly to their directions, and that could be 2 eliminations for them as they are about to go out in the open. But unfortunately for the side of Megamind, his Molotov fell short. He doesn't really put the pressure right now, but decides to go for the nade instead. Throws it down. Can he get the double? Gets the connection, but only puts Sky only on half. Flash as well, just playing on the rock. Megamind falls back, and now he is inside the smoke for the time being. Wants to get the kills here for a set of Hale Esports, but he's not really getting the angle correctly. Goes back to the shed, put up the reset, and Hale Esports simultaneously, they want to deal with the Xavier as well. It's a back and forth they go, but Hale Esports, they get thrown out once more here for this very round. Top 6 remains.
Couple teams left, but you know, there are also 4 Miracle and XERXIA who are going to be down to only 1 player left in their respective teams, which is going to make it slightly more difficult for themselves. Right now, I think the teams that have a good chance of winning this match is going to be the Savior as well as Stalwart Esports, especially considering that Stalwart has been doing so great in the last couple of days. Right now, YOODO Alliance trying to step up as well, planning a couple shots. They are going to be able to get some damage placed on IC of STE, and as I say that, we are going to see XERXIA Esports get eliminated from the game. We are now going to be down to 5 teams. YOODO Alliance though, surprisingly, they're still alive, but we've seen this before. They are good at camping. The question is, will they be able to eliminate the last couple of teams that they have to face to be able to win the game? But right now, we are going to see a very aggressive play from the side of the Savior as they push in towards the drop, trying to loot the area and get a better loot before their enemies come in.
With 4 Miracle Vibes getting 9 eliminations, they're going to be finishing off as the 5th team here in this very round. Now, so far, the odds are looking so favored here for the side of the Xavier. As Stalwart, they're trailing down by 6. Now, it's going to be a fight here between the Xavier and YOODO Alliance. Has been able to survive for the longest of time, but he can't really back themselves up with the gunfights. Back against the ridge. They want to go away from the situation, but they can't really do so as they have to go for the fight. Lamborghini spraying down. Gets 1 player from the distance. Looking like it's going to be Levi's as well, putting himself into the mix this time around up against Stalwart Esports. The Xavier dealing with 2 squads simultaneously. I don't really know if I like this idea, but the energy looking quite hot.
It is becoming pretty hot here, Warden. But right now, we're going to see the players of Stalwart Esports down to 2 left that are up and active. Of course, they're going to be able to revive some of those if they get the right opportunity, but from the looks of it, it's going to be a little bit too late for that. The Savior though, on the other hand, they are the teams that you have to watch out for. They have all 4 players on their squad still up and going, up and fighting, trying to deal some damage on their opponents, and they are showing absolutely no mercy to the opponents. As you can see, they're using their smokes, grenades, and everything everything possible to just be able to get some damage dealt on the opponents and catch them off guard. As we are going to be down to the last couple of players on the game, this is where things is going to get heated as a zone becomes smaller and smaller, and now we can pretty much see everyone. But as I say that, YOODO Alliance gets eliminated, 3 teams left to deal with.
The Xavier wants to get this one on. I mean, look at this, 16 eliminations for them, STALWART on 6. And this might just be one of the best runs here so far on towards this run for DO League 2023. 16 eliminations could be the chicken dinner as well, as they have the best composition, the best arsenal right now here. Alter Egos, Ares out in the open. Octa running away, gonna be playing around the outskirts. On the tree run they go. They want to put up the reset. STALWART Esports will be on the southern side of the map. Now look at this, taking things slow. It's just a matter of timing now here between STALWART Esports alongside with Alter Egos. They have to find a way to double team the Xavier, as they do have the best odds right now of winning this situation.
Definitely do. Not only do they have the most players, but right now, as you can see, they have the high grounds as well, and they're going to be able to see more of their opponents in comparison to the other teams. But let's see exactly how this goes down, because STALWART Esports is pretty close to some of the, actually, the Savior is very close to the players of Alter Egos, while STALWART are a little bit on the further side of the game. So that engagement might happen first, but that's going to also allow STALWART to play the third party, which allows them to deal damage on their opponents without really taking too much at their turn as well.
Top throwing some shots from afar. It's gonna be Yaktan for you. Getting tagged up, one more bullet to connect to get the kill. Decides to heal up instead. The Xavier shooting through the smokes as well will be able to get a convincing connection on the head. And he's going to be able to put down the players of Alter Ego a quarter away from getting eliminated as well. The Xavier taking things slow. They're on the verge of winning, but they can't afford to drop the ball by playing too aggressively. Time is going to tingle down just a little bit. Still 2 minutes and 35 seconds left to play with here for the circle to close out. And they want to get the connection set, going now with the nade. Lamborghini takes down one. Fredo down from the case, and he gets eliminated now from the round. Alter Egos, Ares, they only have one player. STALWART on 2, and they want to go for the closeout now. Want to eliminate Alter Ego, Ares, and that's going to be enough as well for them to do so. It's going to be Alter Ego, Ares out from the chase. The Xavier, STALWART Esports remain.
And the Savior with the height advantage, you're going to be able to knock a couple of players on the side of STALWART out of the equation. Now, it looks like Icy is going to be the one and final one that they'll have to deal with. But with 3 players or 2 players on the side of the Savior, they're going to be able to put a lot of pressure to Icy, who's stuck in this bunker. And any moment now, the grenades come through, and the Savior is going to be able to take the win to their side. Congratulations to the players of the Savior for getting the winner chicken dinner.
Such a high kill round there for the side of the Xavier, with them winning the winner chicken dinner as well. That's going to be a big climb for them to be able to put through for this very first round. That's exactly what we like to see. Hot action on towards the first round. Teams are grooved up, especially for the side of the Xavier. And a lot of shockers was really imminent as well for that very respective round. I mean, after all, we never really got to expect that IHC will get eliminated by FaZe Clan that really early. But at the same time, it did happen. But moreover, spotlight on once more for the side of the Xavier.
The problem now is the players of STE and IHC, the gap there in the overall rankings is going to be absolutely crazy now. But congratulations again to the players of the Savior for winning that last match, and also not only winning it but also getting a lot of eliminations from that match, which is going to help them in their overall ranking and maybe help them get onto one of those top slots.
Yeah, I mean, props to the Xavier for this one, for being able to push through. Congratulations to this composition, and really well deserved. I mean, for the set of Lamborghini here, getting 10 eliminations, that is wild right there. Half they go, Chua he went, and 5 will be his name here for the game. Paragon will get 3, Levi's will get 2. And then the overall 20 eliminations here, Wasabi. 10 plus 10. That's going to be 30 points overall for this very round.
Absolutely crazy for the players of D Savior to be able to get that many points in one game. And if I'm not mistaken, Warden, they might just be able to put themselves a little bit higher in the overall rankings. Right now, you're going to be able to take a quick look at the rankings of that game that we just saw. Again, D Savior getting a total of 30 points, followed by Stalwart Esports getting 12, Alter Egos getting 11, for Miracle Vibes with 9, Vampire Esports with 8, YOODO Alliance at 4, same goes with FAZE. Hill, on the other hand, gets 3, same as Morph. XERXIA at 2 with NBE Esports and Sem9 as well. BIGETRON and 7th Element getting 1 each. But IHC Esports, unfortunately, getting 0, like the players of Genesis Esports.
Now, looking at the overall ranking before the night started, the Xavier they stood by 87, Faceland with 94, Halo Esports on 103, and Formical Vibes on 109. And I do believe that's going to be enough for the Xavier to put themselves on towards the number 3 spot here for this competition, trailing IHE Esports behind with 113 points. And it's only going to take one more good game here for the side of the Xavier to really overshadow that number 2 spot here, trailing Stalwart Esports, of course, with 140 points plus 12. So that's going to be 152 points in total here for the side of Stalwart Esports.
At this point, with the way Stalwart Esports has been playing, now I know they did not win this match, but with the way they're playing, even if they don't win matches, they are making that gap just way too big for anyone to keep up with them. And I don't even know if anyone's going to be able to catch up by tomorrow, considering that week 1 is just about to end. But right now, the top damage dealers for the game, it's going to be D Savior and Stalwart Esports, as well as Alter Egos Aries for Miracle Vibes and Vampire Esports. Of course, D Savior going to have a huge lead over any of these other teams, as they're able to rack up 20 points, and most of the other teams at only 6 each.
Oh, for Miracle Vibes, they actually overtake IHE Esports now with them getting 118. But for the side of the Xavier, only 1 point behind from the number 2 spot. For the side of Stalwart Esports, they remain on top quite expectedly. But for the side of IHE, this is a bit of a different look for them. A bit of climb that they were able to put up on towards day number 2, but here for day number 3, yesterday, it was really a slow run for them. Moving over now to day number 4, it got even worse for them here at the start of the round, with them not getting anything at all. So, hey, that is just the whole storyline here for this first page. For side of FaZe Clan, no winner chicken dinners. Only one of the only teams during this competition right now on the first page that haven't gotten a win, alongside with Alter Ego Ares. So if they want to play catch up here for this very week, they have to double it down. It's crunch time here for this very first week, as this is the second to the last day.
You're right. This is the time that they need to be able to step up their game. And unfortunately, we're not seeing that for a couple of these clans. But right now, we're going to take a quick look at the second page of the map. Unfortunately, Sem9 is going to be pushed to the second page, as well as a couple of other teams still remaining here. Morph, GPX, they're going to be pushed down. But YOODO Alliance maintaining that 11th spot. Not too much movement from them. Although the rest of the teams on this page, I can't really say the same thing.
Yeah, CMF, GSM, they fell down. Vampire Esports climbing just a little bit now. 4 ranks in total. Aegon XI8, obviously, they weren't really able to show themselves here on the first round. They are going to lose the opportunity to stay on where they were. XERXIA Esports, once more, really shocking that they have got the first winner in chicken dinner, but they weren't really able to put up the whole run here, coming in from the next 3 days in total. So it's a bit of a mishap here for the side of Team XERXIA. I want to see them bounce back as well. After all, I'm trying to rename this day as the Battle of the Underdogs, as I want to see something change. And so far, it only has been the heavy hitters here being able to really run things down and throw out the rest of the competition here. As you did say, it's making things hard for the rest of the whole squads here, especially on the second page, to play catch up if they want to put themselves into the mix here for this first week.
Not only the players on the second page, but of course the people who are trying to catch up to Stalwart Esports. And I think at this point, Warden, I think it's relatively safe to say that they've solidified their spot on that top placement if they keep up the way they're playing. Of course, if they start to, be lenient and not play the way that they normally play, then that's a whole other story. But if they continue the momentum they have and they continue playing and getting the same eliminations they did the past couple of days, and of course, I think it's pretty safe to say that they might just end on top for week number 1.
I mean, if they do get like 3 more wins, I do believe they're going to be solidified now for being the champions of week number 1. And it's not very unlikely for them to do so. After all, they start things off here on the versus round number 1 with them being the second placer for this very round. So it goes to show as well that they still have this entry to being the team to be on top of the competition. But for now, the Xavier, they get overpowered by the gunfights offered by the side of the Xavier. And my oh my, just talking about how well the Xavier was able to hold on to the situation. They played passively. They looked for the perfect opportunity. They knew for a fact Stalwart Esports had more control in regards to the map, and Alter Egos on the flip side, they didn't really have a lot of things to play with. So it was a really easy fight that Alter Egos chose. I mean, no, for the side of overall the squads here. So it's really gonna be pretty interesting if the Xavier can retain the whole personality that they were able to showcase, especially on the last and final circle.
Yep, you're right. But not only that, getting 20 kills in one round is absolutely crazy. And I don't know, I'm just saying, if they keep pulling that off again and again and again, multiple times, which is not likely to happen, but if they do, they might be able to catch up to Stalwart. But again, it's not likely to happen. Maybe they'll have good games, but 20 kills is pretty hard to achieve. And I don't know. I think if they do that, that is going to be a match that goes down into history. So we'll have to see what happens.
For the side of Stalwart Esports, if they do lose one game where they don't really drop any kills, and then the Xavier just pops off and takes this one through. I mean, we might just be able to see them getting overpowered. But hey, fortunately, guys, on towards the game number 2, we're not going to be having any breaks here at all. We're going to be heading straight into the action here with Sabi. So looking at the whole rundown here once more, we did have Erangel said and done. We're going to be no, we had Erangel said and done.
Yeah.
We're going to be moving over to Miramar, back to Erangel on towards the mid game. And on the second half of the broadcast, we're going to be having Miramar back, and the last and final match will be played in Sanhok.
Yep, but for this second match that we are just about to go into, we're going to have a little bit of a change in the the groups that are going to be playing in the match. This time it's going to be A, C, D, and E. No more Group B, which means the teams that we will be seeing is going to be BIGETRON Red Villains, YOODO Alliance, XERXIA Esports, STALWART Esports, Morph GPX, FAZE Clan, Genesis Esports, Z Savior, Seventh Element, For Miracle Vibes, Sem9, Vampire Esports, Persisia Evos, Agon I8, 141 Official, and CMFX GSM. So those are going to be the teams that are going to be heading into Miramar in just a couple of seconds. And of course, we don't want to keep you guys waiting too long. So I think we're about to transition into the game in any second now, Warden.
Are you ready for the match here, Wasabi? I'm pretty ready here, guys. I mean, after all, looking at the whole broadcast here for Esports County or for the Do League 2023, guys, we are the English broadcast here. We are the voices for this English broadcast, but we also have a broadcast coming in from the side of Urdu, English, Indo, and Arabic, if I'm not mistaken. So, hey, if you guys want to check around as well, there is going to be a lot of options for you guys to play with. But once more, if you want to stick around in the English broadcast, it is at a warning here alongside with Wasabi.
Yep, and we will be here all night. So, guys, stay around for the English broadcast if you're having fun with us. I'm sure us casters were having fun watching these matches and casting it, and overall just seeing all the action that these teams are bringing and some surprising gameplays as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Xavier wasn't expecting them to pop through. Are we going to be able to see the same thing as well here for the later rounds? We don't exactly know. Now we're moving over to round number 2, going to the desert coast of PUBG Mobile. Miramar, we go. And looking at the flight paths here initially, this is looking to be a very promising one. Heading straight into the middle, going past Hacienda del Patron, and at the end, there is an option for Impala and a bit of a flight as well down there to Puerto Paraíso. But I think San Martin all the way down to Paragrid, Picado, a bit of mixture as well for Los Leones could be heavily congested here between these squads overall. And now we're looking at the drop 7 elements looking to go to the way of La Cobreria for the set of official 1-for-1. Monte Nuevo will be the way to go for them. BIGETRON Red Villains looking to scatter around the vicinity of Paragrid. The Xavier just hang on to the town towards the western side of the map. Sem 9, exactly a bit of a central drop as well for them. This is exactly how they like to play. For CJ Evos, looking like they are in the flight as well to the way of Impala. For the set of Vampire Esports, Aegon XA8, alongside with YOODO Alliance, they are going into the same direction. So that's going to be pretty nice to see if, let's say, constant actions will be happening here. And last but not the least, STALWART Esports, BIGETRON with Villains, alongside with 4 Miracle Vibes, will be dabbling as well on towards the central side of the map. And now in regards to the circle, the only team right now that doesn't really have the access, it's going to be 7 Elements coming in from the northern side of the map.
They are going to be the team furthest away from the safe zone, and of course that is just going to mean that they're going to need those vehicles to start rotating later on. But right now we're going to actually see most of the players at the outer edges or the upper half of the safe zone, which is going to cause a lot of engagements, especially where YOODO Alliance is. I think there's also maybe 2 or 3 other clans in that area as well, and for sure once they spot each other, that is going to be a very, very messy battle. But same goes for the players of, I think that is XERXIA Esports, who are very close to the players of GSM. That is also going to be a engagement that we should watch out for.
Yeah, and this is something that I like to see here, especially for the sort of further around of Miramar, where there's going to be a lot of teams that will be just on the same vicinity, and then a lot of actions will be happening. And for the most of it, fortunately, the vehicle factor is not really something that I'm so worried about here for the squads. It's just really the longevity here overall. We might just get open to more shockers here at the early stage of the game, as by just looking at the drops once more. We are seeing CMF XGSM just next beside Team XERXIA. And for CJ Evos, they're as well not too far away from putting themselves into the mix. So let's see if who's going to be the first squad that will be taking a lot of damage. And so far, it's going to be Team XERXIA having 1 player down to the ground.
Yep, they have been in an engagement. I think they're actually in Impala or somewhere in that area, and they are very close to the players of GSM. So hopefully we're going to be able to take a look at that action. And just as I say that, our camera switches. Right now you can see the players of GSM trying to spot out the players of XERXIA. Couple shots landed. 1 player on the side of XERXIA is low on health, about to meet a death, but luckily revived by the teammates. And right now, a couple of relocations coming in, or position changes coming in from both teams, trying to find the best angle to go in towards this engagement. And unfortunately, this is going to be a very, very tough battle for both of them, as it's a pretty big area with a lot of buildings where you can hide into.
Team XERXIA having 1 player down to the ground already is going to be alerting them that obviously CMF XGSM will be around the mix. And once more, this is a squad that, they shouldn't really have any problems with, but looking at how cold they have been coming from the last 3 days, I wouldn't be too surprised as well if they just don't really put up the scratch that they have been longing to do. So let's see how this one's going to get played out. CMF XGSM, they are still in a very aggressive tone. I do believe that they do want to get this fight set and over with so they can take over the town and get the leads for them. But in regards to the gun composition, it's going to be Team XERXIA just having more of a better look, as they do have an M249s. They have the M4s as well, alongside with an SMG to back themselves up. While for the side of GSM, going all the way down to the marksmanship, they have Mini 14s. But on the process, STALWART Esports, they take down the players of Genesis Esports now slowly but surely. 1 eliminated already, 3 more to go. 2 already a quarter away from going down half, and Genesis Esports about to be the first squad here to get eliminated if STALWART Esports pushes this one through.
It's quite unfortunate to see a team, they're really good. Congratulations for getting into the stage of this tournament, but frankly, you have to step up your game. I mean, you are with the big dogs right now, and you have to be able to prove yourself. Even if you don't win the matches, at least deal some damage before getting knocked out of the game. But right now, we're going to take a quick look at the players of Stalwart Esports as they try to inch closer towards the players of Genesis. And Genesis, on the other hand, trying to play it a little safe. They're going to use the smokes to hide and stay in the covers. But unfortunately, Stalwart, when you're up against them, they just go all out aggressive gameplays, and that is not going to be very good for the players of Genesis Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Genesis Esports, a lot of questions has been revolving around them on whether what had really happened to them. Once again, I wasn't really so used to seeing them, being the first squad to get eliminated from each and every round, especially on the fact that they have been on that second page of the scoreboard so convincingly as well. But hey, Master Vape here throwing down the nades, gonna be able to get the connection on towards tops. Might just be able to get one more to connect, and he does, but it's not gonna be able to deal enough damage to get the knock as well. But fortunately, that is information for them to play with. Stalwart, though, they have this very interesting pinch here or split, and this is exactly how they like to play. Split all across, get the map control ongoing, and if the timing is right, they offer a pinch and get a very clean squad wipe.
That is what they're trying to do. So the question is, are they going to be able to execute it properly? But as you can see, we are back at the players of Stalwart Esports, and they are just roaming the area of where the players of Genesis is at, and it looks like they're going to be able to land a couple shots on the players of Genesis. Not able to wipe them just yet, but with one player left, Genesis, it's not looking very good for your team. And right now, Tops is going to be able to knock one more down as well, eliminating it, only having one active player. And from afar, STE is also getting some damage dealt on them as they try to take down the last player, Master, up there in the building. Master trying to stay alive, but of course not for much longer as the players of SCE, specifically Tops, tries to go in for the push right now. Aggressive plays, gives him time a little bit to heal and revive, but I don't know for how long he'll be able to hold this down.
UMP on hand for the set of Tops. He's gonna go down. Master Vape still inside the building. On the first floor now, will be able to throw down some shots. Gets the connection on to die for you. Top's not able to get the feed. And he does miss out the opportunity to get the trade, but they still have two players as well to put in the pressure. IC just scouting the area, ensuring that there's no pushes here that's going to be happening at all, so they are going to be able to get the pickup. And IC puts die for you back into the action, and looking like it's going to be IC here being able to get the engagement he's had and go. And now he does get the convincing shot to connect. The double shot comes in. And do you want to throw Genesis Esports at the first squad to get eliminated now once more off this round?
Unfortunate for the players of Genesis Esports, they weren't able to even get a single kill or elimination in this game. But right now, we're going to take a look at a Sem9 as they try to scope down the players of Stalwart Esports. Sem9, they have the height advantage as they are a little bit higher up in the mountains in comparison to the players of Stalwart Esports, which is going to give them a better place to use those snipers. And there you have it. You can see Mikhail getting a couple shots on Tops early on, not able to secure the kill just yet, but enough to deal a whole lot of damage here. And right now, we are going to continue using the sniper while the rest of the team, as you can see, the rest of the players of the side of Sem9 go for a more aggressive and direct push towards the players of Stalwart.
Yeah, big shots here for Set of Mikhail, and he is going to be able to get one tagged up down to half. And that's going to be Kenny as well on the front lines. That could be long to make the play as well to come through. Soften the offense up, but for Miracle Vibes East gets a shot to come through. One player up top. Does it matter? Absolutely not. East finds a double. And he's going to be able to secure the kill now. Racking up the points here for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes. Doc Baron alongside with Apex. Still alive and kicking now. And more PPX will be also into the mix. Sprays down, gets a shot. Rauki, can you make the deal? Doesn't come true. He does get the trade for the time being, but will it be enough for them to slow the pacing down here for set of 4 Miracle Vibes? The Cavalry comes in now here for 4MV. Now, It's going to be a 4-man play here now for the set of Formidable Vibes. Ease down to the ground, but easily enough time, enough control of the map for them to get the pickup. And Morph GPX better watch out. They don't have the space to their side.
That is going to be a huge problem for them later on, but we can see a couple of the players on the side of For Miracle Esports trying to rotate around, trying to get a better angle, as they know there are a couple of teams right around the corner that they'll have to deal with at any moment. Right now you can see Baron here getting some shots taken on him, probably from the players of the Savior, who are really close by. I mean, we know those snipers can really cause some damage even if you are far away, and that is exactly what the players of the Savior are using against them. But now, 7-9 Kenny going on the push on the players of Stalwart Esports, and unfortunately, Stalwart is going to be down to their last and final player, eliminated from the match, not able to stay alive. 7-9 is going to be the ones at the top slot now, as they get a total of 5 eliminations and stay alive in this game.
Well, fortunate for the set of Stalwart, the Xavier only has 1 player so far, so there's not really a lot of chance here for them to get overtaken off that number 1 spot. So we might just be able to see the whole, top 3 of the ranking being really stale. And now it's going to be pretty chill here for the time being. But For Miracle Vibes, this is exactly the opportunity that they want to grab. As you know, their competition right now is pretty stale here. And now they want to go for the fight here against Morph GPX. Out in the open, Baron now getting close to getting knocked down. Can he come in? But unfortunately, it's just a bit too late. And now they're down by 1 player. Baron out from the chase. Apex, East, and Doc still alive and kicking here. And I think at this point of the game, it's a bit too risky for them to make a push. Play passively instead, but Rocky meets them from afar. No, from the distance. No, just really close, actually. And now they want to get this one through. Rocky going for the recovery. Pops the nade. Doc throws it down. Gets Rocky on half. Looking to wrap around, but decides to pick up East instead. This is such a good decision for them, but Rocky looking to peek out. Gonna spray down. Gonna get 1. Can he get a double? Unfortunately not, and East is still alive, actually. And Morph GPX, they get eliminated as well here off this round.
Perfect timing and perfect place from the side for Miracle Vibes, especially that pickup there. I mean, he knew the right time to press that cancel button to be able to take the kill before reviving his teammate, and of course he didn't risk getting any shots landed on him. But right now we're going to take a quick look at 7th Element, because they are in the middle of a battle with them and BIGETRON Esports, very close by. As you can see, a couple of the members on the side of 7th Element going to be knocked down, but with the smokes coming through, they're going to be able to get that revive up and going, and they're going to maintain their 4 players. But with BIGETRON right around the corner, they have to be able to play this very carefully. As BIGETRON, they also have 4 players, and they have a little bit of a better actually a lot better reputation for being able to secure kills than the players of 7th Element. So of course 7th Element, they're going to try and back down a little bit here.
With a bit of constant actions here being put to place here off this stage 3 of the game, this is just the gift of the flight path and the circle overall. Once more, we only really got to see 7 elements not really found into the mix in regards to the zone, but now they're all found in action. And with that being said, each and every team so far, they're inside the circle, and it's just going to be a messy battlefield here that we are getting to see. 7 elements, they have BIGETRON Red Villains alongside with the Xavier just right around the vicinity, alongside with FaZe Clan as well on top of the mountains. Look at the formation here for the set of FaZe Clan. They're all around, whichever windows you peek. 7 elements being in a very dangerous situation right now. I don't exactly know how they can go out from this situation. I mean, wherever they go, wherever they look, opposition's up ahead. And in regards to 7 elements, in regards to them winning those gunfight, it hasn't been so promising as well. So this is going to be a true test as well, and what and how much they can offer to the table of the competition here for this Duel League 2023.
Yep, there's teams swarming both the back and front of this team, and I'm not sure what I would do if I was in their situation. action, probably just hide. But while we are waiting for that action to start, we're going to take a quick look at the players of 141 as they try to push towards 4 Miracle Vibes, who are driving around in their vehicles, causing a lot of noise that the players of 141 don't seem to like. And right now, they're trying to go land a couple of those sniper shots from afar on each other, but unfortunately, just not connecting yet. And the zone is going to start coming closer, which is going to force a couple of those teams outside to move in towards the center of the safe zone.
Now we're getting to see that 141 official. All of a sudden, they come out now here into this broadcast. Still alive, not much eliminations, but the last time we got to see them play out in the run here for Miramar, they were able to get the most eliminations. It's just that they weren't able to, live through enough here to, get the placement points ongoing. So they weren't really able to win the round. But 141 official, I mean, 4 Miracle Vibes. I'm not really expecting them to put up a fight, but at the same time, we're open for changes now. Jnaza with the nade, gonna cancel the cook. Do you want to go for the reset instead? I mean, they have a really good formation here to go against 4 Miracle Vibes. 2 of the players still in rotation to go up top. 1 player already in there. It's gonna be easy for you on the front lines. Doc on the support. Apex from the distance. And 141 official. All they have to do is just choose the proper fight. Choose the proper engagements. Until then, they could really secure this eliminations because they do have the advantage for now.
They have a slight advantage, but right now, of course, it's not only the advantage that counts, but also the strategies that you use to be able to win those engagements. And that's, of course, the factor that matters a lot. And right now, we're going to take a look at the players of 141. They do have the high grounds right now, but very close to the players of 4 Miracle. They are going to use a couple of those throwables to their advantage, smokes coming through, as well as the grenades to catch or maybe even deal some damage on the players of 4 Miracle to open up that engagement. And from afar, 141 trying to get into the mix with the players of FAZE, although not really spotting them just yet. They're going to try and stay and maintain this high ground for now.
I mean, high grounds should just be the way to go here for the set of official 141. And I'm loving the patience that they're showing right now. And they do feel the presence of FaZe Clan as well from Thailand just across. So it's either 4 Miracle Vibes or FaZe Clan that they gotta choose. But for set of Vampire Esports, they're in rotation right now, coming from the outskirts. 3 vehicles to play with. Schwepp. Everyone is put to stale. No movements whatsoever. It's just all going to come down to the zone to put the pressure down in. And in regards to the zone, actually, it's going against official 141. The best call that they have, rotate around the right side of the outskirts. Until then, they can avoid the clash here up against 4 Miracle Vibes. Because just by looking at the control here for 4 Miracle Vibes, if they do hold on to the angle properly, I think it should just be them getting this one through, cleaning it up, and winning off this round. Now, looking at the circle, really compact, 13 teams on towards stage 5. This is just a battle waiting to ensue.
A lot of things can happen here because the area is getting smaller and smaller and the teams are getting closer and closer. But right now, XERXIA is going to get eliminated from the game. Persija Evos here, on the other hand, they're going to be holding down the buildings. They see the players of GSM right around the corner, very close by, as well as a couple teams as well, but not really going in for the engagement just yet. Agonite, on the other hand, they are going to try to go and push towards the players of YOODO Alliance. YOODO, on the other hand, they are going to be down to 3 players left, trying to hold down that building there, trying to stay hidden. But unfortunately, Agonite, just an aggressive team, is going to try to force them out of that area. And with the high grounds advantage going to the side of YOODO, they are of the side of Agonite, they're going to be able to try and put more pressure on the players of YOODO.
Agonite throwing some shots against official 141. Sirius and Rafay as well here on the opposing side. Not really going to be able to get the connection for the time being, but on the feed, we get to see 7 elements going at it now from BIGETRON Red Villains as well. A lot of battles happening here simultaneously. I don't exactly know where to watch out for. One for sure, actions is what we like to see. And from a distance, precision shots should be the factor that you want to hold on to. And so far, they're not really getting the connection. Aegon IA playing around the outskirts. They do want to invest the smokes as well just to draw down the distance. They want to go for this one. But for Miracle Vibes, they take away BIGETRON Red Villains, finishing them off as the 11th placer here for this very round. But the battle lives on. Still plenty more to go. Sam9 currently on top of the overall kill board as they have 7. For Miracle Vibes on 6. CMF, XGSM on 3. FAZE alongside with 7 elements. Vampire Esports in Persija Evos on 1.
Well, what I find quite surprising is that the players of Sam9, after a couple of bad games in the last couple of days, they're finally able to step up their game, getting 7 kills already, and looking pretty good to be able to claim in that top slot later on. But for now, we're going to see a lot of the players on the outer edge of the zone trying to be able to wait for the right moment to go and push forward, but for now playing a little bit more defensive as they know there's a lot of teams in the surrounding areas. On the left side we can see the players of FaZe, on the right side we can see the players of Sam9, but right now for Miracle Vibes going to be down to one last player as Doc gets knocked down. Is the only active player. He's going to use that vehicle, try to get cover, try to back up his teammate, but with so many teams in the surrounding areas, I'm not sure how well this is going to be going, but East looks like he's going to be able to stick that pick up right now and get his teammate back into the equation. But just as I say that, the players of 7th element is going to go for an aggressive push, taking down the players of 4 Miracle Vibes out of the game. And 7th element, finally we see some life from them as they're able to get a couple kills on their side and maybe even be able to get a top placement point in this match.
I mean, they're really on the run for now, and you know, with them taking down 4 Miracle Vibes in that very way, that is pretty impressive. And in the process, 1-for-1 official gets eliminated as well. And now we're only talking about Sam9, Aegon XI8, 7 elements, CMF XGSM, YOODO Alliance, FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports, and Persija Evos. With Sam9 having 7 eliminations and 3 players in total. And the first time that we got to see them win the winner chicken dinner was on the run for Miramar. It doesn't matter if they don't have a complete set of players. One thing that they can excel on is really the map control. But the battle lives on now. It's gonna be FaZe Clan. Might just go at it up against Vampire Esports. But Tony K doesn't really get the angle, not until now. He goes for the spray down. Can he get the kill? One more bullet to connect to get the knock, but instead misses. And he is out in the open. Can he get this one true? Tony K finds one up in the board. Sam9 rotating from the northern side. And this is really Vampire Esports now caught in the pinch. But for now, they do have the Rich to play with. They have the obstacles as well. And now they just want to slow things down just a little bit. Put on the reset. Prepare for another fight up ahead here from the northern side.
That is definitely something that they need to do right now. But Aegon I8 going to be faced by the players of 7 element, going to be able to knock one player down, but the zone is starting to close up, which means they have to start relocating. They're going to lose the high ground for a while, but trying to push towards the players of YOODO. They might just be able to get another high ground if they go in for that engagement. Vampire Esports, on the other hand, looking pretty good as they have placed the players of Sam9 in a very difficult spot. And as I say that, GSM gets taken down off camera, and we are going to be down to the last 7 teams. But this is already stage 6, which means it is going to be a very, very small vicinity for them to be able to play at. And it looks like Sam9, they're going to start rotating, but little did they know that they are going to actually put them at a little bit of a more risky position now.
And it's just looking to be a very compact zone here once more. I mean, talking about stage 6, no one can afford to play around the outer circle. If they do, that's going to be 2 factors that they got to worry about. But Vampire Esports here on top of Sam9 doesn't really get the angle. Out in the open now they go. They want to fall back instead. Retreat. Don't have the proper angle to engage with the gunfight up in Sam9. Now Sam9 well alerted of the presence here for the set of Vampire Esports. But with the whole verticalities, that's going to be giving them the ego as well to go for the play, to go for the push. Stone now crawling just slowly but surely up against Sam9. Cooking up the nade. Throws it down to the direction of Kenny S and Mikhail. Get it true? Can he get the connection? Mikhail on half. Kenny S unbuttered. And Stone still committed to go for this lurk. Slithering like a snake. Taking his time slowly. Might just be able to make the play of his life. Tam out in the open. Gets the spray. but no bullet. Last bullet to connect to get the elimination. Kenny S now spots him down. Stoned last hit. Vampire Esports Stoned now caught in a pinch. The question is, where is his teammates to help him up? Still out in the open.
Looks like the players of Agonite, though, they're going to be taken out of the game right now. And FAZE as well as Sem9 looking pretty good, looking like they might be able to win this match. But YOODO Alliance also stepping up their game, is in a good position to be able to take this home as well. But right now, we're going to see a couple of our teams trying to rotate towards the high ground, and it looks like Vampire Esports is the one on top right now. But with a lot of teams right around the corner, and as we can see in the mini-map, there's a lot of teams stacked up really close to each other. This is going to be a very, very bloody battle. Right now, 7th Element gets taken out of the equation. Couple of players on the side of FaZe trying to block out the opening areas, but Sem9, they get eliminated as well. YOODO now, as one of the only teams alive, is going to maintain the top slot with 7 kills, followed by FaZe, but FaZe still has 4 of their players, which means they have the numbers advantage to their side and might just be able to knock out the other team right now. ODK going for an aggressive push towards Precision Evos, going to be taken down as the players of Precision just overpower him. Vampire Esports out of the mix. 3 teams left in the game.
Now it's going to be YOODO Alliance, FaZe Clan, Precision Evos now being the top 3 teams of this very round. 26 minutes into the game, 10 players remain, and 7 seconds left on the clock before stage 7 starts to close out. Moving over to stage 8, plenty more actions to go here between Precision Evos and FaZe Clan. Melastics holding down the outer ridge, spots 1 player. Luxy falls back, looking to cook the nade. Perfect timing. Might just come in pretty devastating here for the set of FaZe Clan. Melastics rotating to the right side, spots down Luxy as well. And that's going to be precious information now for the set of FaZe Clan as of the moment. They want to go for the rotation. They want to fall back, drawing some distance just a little bit. After all, you're only 1 placement away from securing the number 2 spot here in this competition. Zone restricting. Here we go.
This is it. This is their last opportunity to maybe win this round. It's going to be between the players of YOODO, FaZe, and Precision to clutch it up. And I don't know really which among these teams are going to be able to do this, but I'm pretty happy that YOODO finally is going to be up in the scoreboard once again, as they do have 7 kills right now and an opportunity to really take home this match. But things slow down for now, and we're gonna take a quick look at the map. As you can see, the players of FaZe and YOODO trying to maintain that outskirts, but Precision, 1 player at the outskirts, 2 players at mid. They're going to be a little bit further from one another, and I'm not sure how well that's going to play out in their favor later on when the pushes start.
It's really not looking so good here for the side of Precision Evos. As YOODO Alliance, they have this opportunity to go for the angle up against them. Luxy and Redface on the central side. Misery playing around the outskirts. FaZe Clan just holding things down just a little bit. Slowed the pacing down. And patience could surely pay off for them. But it's just all going to come down to this overall stage here. No more circles. It's just going to be the team's pressure now to make the play, to get the battle live on.
That is definitely what's going to happen now. But YOODO has plans otherwise, trying to shoot the vehicles of Precision. They are going to be at the lower grounds, not having the best position in relation to YOODO as well as FaZe. But FaZe here still has 4 players. More than any of the other 2 teams is a slight advantage to their favor. If YOODO is going to be able to play this right, they might just be able to stay alive longer than the other teams. And that just depends on how well they're going to be able to use those throwables on the players of Precision, who are down, under, and closer to the ground. YOODO now, though, not looking very good, as they're down to their last and final player. And it's not looking like they're going to be able to win this match after all, as they get eliminated. Claiming that 3rd position, FaZe and Precision, last 2 teams in the equation. FaZe having higher grounds here over the players of Persija, but Persija playing those grenades properly, going to be able to eliminate FaZe, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the winner chicken dinner for the second match of tonight.
Persija Evos overpowering FaZe Clan. 2 times now that we got to see FaZe Clan on the verge of winning the winner chicken dinner. But the precious meal gets stolen away from them by Persija Evos. Love it a lot.
Persija Evos played that really, really well. I mean, we have to commend them. I mean, the players of FaZe had the numbers advantage. They had a pretty good positioning. Persija, they were on the lower, the bottom part of the mountain. They didn't really have the high grounds. They didn't have too much going their way. But nonetheless, they were able to claim out that win, get the chicken for the dinner, and they were able to overall just show us a very, very good match, especially in the later half of the game.
Yeah, props to this very squad right here for being able to bag the win here. I mean, Persija Evos, honestly, I walked inside this tournament expecting a lot from them, and finally they've owned their spotlight here for this very respective run. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that they have won a round here on this Dual League 2023. So really well deserved here for the time being. And I want to see them be able to put this one through once more. I want to see the consistency here pop through, because this is really a squad that you really want to see in the later stage of the event. Red Face with 7 eliminations, 3 knocks, and a 605 damage. Misery with 2, for both the damage and the whole eliminations. For the set of Luxie and Zuxi, they're not really going to be able to put up the whole fight here for the squad. But fortunately, Red Face and Misery, they stepped up and they get the 9 eliminations that they have been able to claim here for this very respective round.
Red Face, such a big contributor to the factor or a huge factor to the win of Persija Evos. As you can see here, he got 7 out of 9 eliminations that the team had, which really means that he was really able to make use of the positioning to be able to take a couple kills away from the opponents, and they racked up a total of 19 points because of that. Not too far behind, we're going to have FaZe Clan with the 9 eliminations as well as the placement points, getting a total of 15, followed by YOODO Alliance, 12 points to their name, Sam9 with 10, Vampire and Agon I8, as well as 4 Miracle Vibes at 6.7, Element at 5, GSM and Stalwart Esports at 4, XERXIA and Morph at 2 points, BIGETRON, Red Villains, and The Savior at 1, and unfortunately the others getting a none. And I think it's pretty surprising that Stalwart did not have the best game today. It was pretty disappointing from their side, considering that they got eliminated very, very early. But now the top damage dealers of the game, Warden.
Yeah, I mean, overall, looking at the whole history line here between Stalwart Esports, they are still going to be on the number 1 spot, as we got to see teams like IHC, they fell down. Although FaZe Clan, this is a really perfect time for them as well to, put themselves back into the mixture all the way up there to the top 4 of the spectrum. But obviously, the spotlight wasn't really owned by them. It was Persija Evos. Both tied up in regards to the eliminations, but the damage really still on for the set of FaZe Clan. And after all, they did really get more of the fights initiated, and they did get more connections here. It was just that Persija Evos was really good in regards to get the cleanup as well. So props to them on this one. But for the set of YOODO Alliance and 7-9, both coming in from Malaysia, they get 7 eliminations as well. The damage are pretty identical for that right there. And for the set of Vampire Esports, honestly, the spotlight is not so bright for them. Only 2 overall for that very round, and 1,082 damage as well here. But overall, looking at the rankings here, we got Stalwart Esports still on the number 1 spot. 4 Miracle Vibes alongside with the Xavier and IHC. Nothing really changed for them. FaZe Clan, they climb 1 rank higher now, overtaking Hale Esports. 790 also climbed 2 alongside with YOODO Alliance. So the Malaysians here are smiling big time.
Definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they're happy to finally make it into the first page once again. And Guys, again, this is only the second match of the night. We still have 3 more matches later on where a lot of things can change. So make sure to watch out for that to find out how this day will end and what exactly the rankings will look like when we go into tomorrow's match. But once again, we are going to be looking at the second page of the matches. As you can see, we have some changes between the teams, a couple of most of them actually going down rank wise, but Precision Evos, they're going to actually go up by 5 ranks because of that win that they got. And you're right, it was their first win in this tournament so far, so that's going to be a huge confidence booster for them.
Yeah, and still they have to win like 2 games in a row for them to, or even 2 games for this very day, for them to be able to put themselves back into the the first page of the overall ranking. But it's really tough to say. But for now, still the same players that we got to see on the overall MVP race. We have STALWART, ESPORTS, Choconaut X here with 29 eliminations and a 2.65 MVP points. We got 4 Miracle Vibes, Apex here with 2.57. 4 Miracle Vibes East as well will be found into the mix, 2.49. It goes to show once more how well these teams here, or these players overall, are able to rack up those eliminations, Wasabi.
Definitely a pretty good place from these players, but it's quite impressive that Chocolate is still going to be able to maintain that number 1 spot despite not having a good game in that second match. Although I guess it is also because the difference between him and Apex as well as Ace is a little bit bigger than you would want it to be if you want to be able to catch up. So he's going to be able to hold it down for a little bit longer. But of course, we still have more matches coming, so guys, watch out for that.
Yeah, watch out for that. I mean, we're only talking about the round number 2 here for this day number 4 of week number 1 of the Duo League 2023. Still plenty more actions up ahead. Next up, we're going to be going back to Erangel here on towards the mid-game. Here, round number 3 to the Jungle Coast, back to Miramar on towards the 4th round, and the finisher of it all, a very hyped up map, Sandhawk for you guys. Let's see who can rack up those eliminations here on towards the last and final round. I mean, I want to see teams here pop off. I want to see something different. I want to see the underdogs overall rise up in the competition, because so far, the first page is solidified on who's going to be able to win off this very first week. So, Wasabi, I mean, Prestige Evos, they're trying to build up the narrative of trying to put themselves back into the equation. They're tied up right now with CMF XGSM. And I think that we might just be able to see them push through once more. After all, each and every team will be getting 4 rounds in total here for each and every single day. And what more, this is the second to the last day here for the first week. Tomorrow will be the last. See, you got to play crunch time here. You got to play really fast and just overall play by your own pacing. Until then, you can really convert from this very competition.
Yep, definitely. There is still a lot of things that can happen here. But before we see the next match, guys, we are going to be taking a very, very short break to get ready for more action and get you guys hyped up. So, guys, don't forget to stay till the end of the stream. We are going to be right back.
Well, it's practically crunch time now here for the side of this whole competition. After all, this is the second day, second to the last day of the competition here for the first week of the Do League 2023. And once more, before anything else, we are the voices of the English broadcast. I am Warden, alongside with me Wasabi, and we're going to be offering you the voices here once more here for the broadcast. And Wasabi, we've tackled 2 rounds already. We're going to the way of Erangel, and we got to see on the first round of Erangel, a lot of mishaps, a lot of things changed up, and Haley Sports, they were able to hold things down there, and they were able to control the whole vicinity and just overall take away the very win. May we see something more like that, or could we see something like as well on the round number 2, where a lot of the whole composition wasn't so expected to play out. But fortunately for the side of, FaZe Clan, they were able to secure the number 2 spot. They were able to climb just a little bit. But on the process, who got to win? I mean, come on. You guys got to see it before we head on to the break. So we did get a call from the production that the game number 3 has already started here with Sabi. So why don't we head straight into the action?
Yep, I hope we get to actually go straight into the action because I don't want to miss what is happening. And just as I say that, we transition into the flight path, finally going to see where these players are going to decide to land. And Warden, I want to ask you, what's your favorite place to land in this map?
I mean, okay, I gotta talk about Kameshki because the update that I did, the season that I got to play PUBG overall, it was the addition of Kameshki into the mix, and it was also alongside with the addition of the Mini 14. And ever since I played with the Mini 14, I dropped on towards Kameshki, and no one was there. I was able to win one of my first winner chicken dinners as well. So that's just really about that. But moving over to now, guys, to the flight path, not so promising here. We are going to be getting a bit of a down south flight drop here, coming from the eastern side, all the way down, sloping in to the southern side of the map. So Jordan Pole will not be found into the mix. Shooting range as well, along with Zarkis, STALWART, and Meshki. A bit of Yasnaya action could be found into the chase. School, Rozak, Pachinki, Gatka, Hospital will be right there. And overall here for Sosnovka Island, we got Sport Miracle Vibes and STALWART Esports just being consistent here for this very drop.
I was going to say it would have been funny if the zone was in the top left, but it looks like it's going to be in the bottom left of the map. At least it's about 50-50 with the teams that are going to be in zone and outside zone. So we're going to see some movement there, but at least some of them already going to be able to position properly and get a hold of a better area. But right now, it looks like on the bottom left where we see the game happening, we are having some early engagements between Hale and 7th Element. And 7th Element, first team eliminated from the game. Finally, it's not going to be GSM or GE.
Well, Haley Esports just enjoying the spirit that they were able to showcase up in 7 Elements. Really just, less than 2 minutes of this very run. And for the side of Genesis Esports, hey, broken the curse. And the only reason why that is the case is simply because of the fact that Genesis Esports is not found into the mix. So 7 Elements, they take their spot for the time being. Well, Prestige Evos and Haley Esports will start things off strongly here. Prestige Evos finding 2. YOODO Alliance still in rotation. And by just looking at the whole direction that they want to go, I think they might just be, here in this very vicinity. But unfortunately, along the way, they have to deal with Team XERXIA. So they have to wrap around here, avoid the early application. And so far, actually, Team XERXIA will actually get damaged here, coming in from the side of Prestige Evos. And Prestige Evos will get 4 in total right now. 2 for the side of YOODO Alliance and 2 for the side of XERXIA.
And right now, we are going to see them actually taking some of those loot dropped by their opponents. But, they did win the last match earlier, which just means they have good momentum right now. And we are going to see a couple of the players trying to rotate. Wow, the comments is saying I'm not Wasabi. How dare they? But right now, we are going to see a couple of them trying to loot up, trying to heal up from that last engagement that they had. And they're going to use their vehicles as well to move around in this very, very open area.
There's only one Wasabi in the chat, guys, and that is the official Wasabi. I can guarantee that. And there is only one Warden in the chat, so I can guarantee that it is me actually as well. But yeah, I mean, props to you guys here for being active in the YouTube comment section here for Esports County. We love the energy. We love how you all are being so analytical with the teams as well. And we're learning a lot from you guys. So better drop down your insight as well on the overall competition, because really it's precious information that we like to hold on to. But now going back inside the game, 15 teams remain. YOODO Alliance and Team XERXIA, they only have 2 players to deal with. I mean, to play with. And so far, once more, I want to see STALWART Esports prove the whole round number 2 wrong. I want them to rack up those eliminations, but at the same time, they have to go through the way of Prestige Evos and Halo Esports alongside with BIGETRON Red Villains.
Yep, that's definitely something that they have to watch out for. But, you know, it's still pretty early into the match, Warden, so things are going to be a little bit slower right now. Lots of movement that we're seeing as the teams are trying to get into the zone and find the best place to position themselves, as this map has a lot of green and open areas, not too many buildings. And when there are buildings, there are usually, you know, players already occupying those areas, so they have to watch out for that as well. But STALWART, on the other hand, they're pretty secure. They're far apart from one another, but for those who are able to be are in this area specifically, they're going to be able to get pretty good loot considering the amount of buildings they're going to be able to control here.
Now, STALWART Esports asking you quite a lot to rack up those eliminations. I want to see a team dominate this whole run, secure this number 1 placement convincingly. Until then, it's going to be easy to revolve the storyline around you. I mean, after all, going to be quick to say, having like, what, 3 winner chicken dinners is going to be pretty impressive to hold on to. And they're really bound to be the champions here for this week number 1. So props to them. $2,000 here for the prize pool. 900 goes to the champion. 500 to the ways of the second placers. Third will get, I think, 400 if I'm not mistaken, and overall for the MVP will get 100 directly to his pocket. So I do hope that Matt is matting for the moment of time, but for the side of Aegon I8, game is not really playing for them, as it's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes getting an opener for them. Aegon I8 out in the open, don't really have a lot to play with in regards to the guns, and 4 Miracle Vibes fully in control of 1 player already. First elimination points for them.
Yep, first elimination points to their side, and hopefully they're going to be able to continue that momentum. But right now, taking a look at the players of Agon I8, they are trying to best relocate themselves, but I think they spot the players of 4 Miracle Vibes, though they are relatively far apart. That is something to watch out for, especially considering that behind Agon I8 is going to actually behind them is going to be the players of Agon I8, which means that they are somewhat sandwiched in between 2 teams right now, but still have some room for movement.
Yeah, I mean, a lot more here after Brawl. This is going to be, in comparison to the first 2 rounds that we were able to see, this is going to be a bit of a slow pace compared to, you know, the last 2 rounds. And it's just going to be a testing as well on how patient and how well the teams can coordinate themselves into. Let's see if there's going to be a bit of a switcheroo here as the rotation will be playing out. Aegon I8, they did lose 1 player before they head on to the rotation here for the set of Perry Pierce. So fortunately, on this very time, there's not really a lot of you know, altercations. So they are going to be able to rack up those resources for the time being, and, you know, take a chill, put up a reset, and regather your thoughts for the next possible clashes here. In regards to possible clashes, Halo Esports just right around the vicinity of BIGETRON Red Villains. C-Sky only scouting the perimeter.
And right now, you can see that actually there's only 1 player of the side of Halo Sports that is very close to BIGETRON, and knowing that he is alone, he's going to back away, not trying to go in for that engagement, because he knows that his team is not close enough to back him up. That is not something that you want to be pushing alone. And as you can see here, they are just going to hold and wait for the right moment. 1-for-1 on the other hand, they are inches from another team, although with their vehicles they're going to be able to drive away from that engagement, not trying to go in for a fight just yet. They're going to try to get the high grounds here up in the mountains and relocate themselves for the push to happen later on. But once again, they're outside of zone, which means they'll have to move a lot later on. But
Oh
look
my
at
days.
this. Quite surprisingly, the players of Sam9 are way up on the upper right side of the map. I mean,
yeah.
right now we can't even see them because of how far they are. So hopefully they're able to find some vehicles to start moving. But for the teams we can see, we have about 50-50 of them outside of zone and in the outside the zone and inside the zone. A couple on that blue side, but you know, let's worry about them later.
Well, Procedure Evos and Sem9 coming in from the northern side of the map. Fortunately, they do have vehicles to put themselves into the mix, and overall, a lot of teams will be rotating from the eastern side of the map, so a lot of just rundowns, drive-bys will be happening here shortly. And so far, it's going to be Catalyst now here getting near into the vicinity or the proximity of NBA Esports. They spot one squad. They decide to regather now. But no, it's not going to be IHC on top of the mountain. It's going to be official 1-for-1. Godless, you better watch out. Demise coming at your way. In fact, they are not coming at your way. You are going to their way. And he does decide to fall back. Spots the information. Goes for the long-range shots, doesn't connect, gives us its position instead. But official 1-for-1 meets NB Esports at the end of the blade. And now we get to see the first blood immense here between these two squads. JD spots down one player from afar. Akaz going back, 2 players on the left side. And now it's a standoff once more here between the 1-for-1 official and NB Esports.
Yep, they're trying to get their shots lined up. But on the kill feed, on the other hand, we're going to see a couple of engagements between the players of Alter Egos and IHC getting some damage taken as well. And now, back to the engagement with 1-for-1 and NB Esports. As you can see, they're trying to slow things down. NBE just staying in their respective buildings. But unfortunately, the players on the side of 1-for-1 going to take some damage. And now, taking a look at the players of Alter Egos, they are here in a battle with IHC. IHC only having 2 players left while Alter Egos have 3. A little bit of a numbers advantage on the side of Alter Egos, but things slow down here as XERXIA tries to get into the mix far away, and Alter Egos trying to break the getaway vehicle of the players of IHC. 1 player left on their team.
Alex, in nick of time, does have enough HP to run away from the scene. Team XERXIA will be the topic right now, or could be the case of 1-for-1 official. NB Esports, nades flying through, bullets coming across. Now it's just all going to come down to the perfect angle and the perfect timing for them to get the connection. It's going to be a Kaz inside, Sek from behind, Fist Boy from afar, and 1-for-1 official. They have this opportunity right now to push in cohesively to get the cut down. The nade flies through to the left, forcing a cast going down to the right. Sirius now on top does have this overview on the other side if ever he does decide to peek. And now it's all going to come down to this very moment. Will 1-for-1 official drop the ball, or can they get the connection? So far, it's going to be 1 player down from the side of NBA Esports. Make it a double now with the cast will be thrown up on the chase. Fist Boy from a distance, getting sprayed down. Damage coming through. Not going to be enough to put them down, not just yet. But the reset comes in. Does he have any health back to recover from? 4-man push here coming from the side of 1-for-1 official, and this might just be the demise here for the side of NBA Esports.
Not looking good for them as they're down to 1 and final player, but the players of 1-for-1 aggressive push as they take down the last and final player on the side of NB Esports and overall eliminate the team from the game. And now things are going to slow down as the players of 4 Miracle Vibes inch closer towards GSM, but behind them as well is going to be the players from Alter Egos, Aries, and so they're going to be a little bit in a sandwich situation here that they'll have to deal with. And Baron, first off, is going to be right on top of a couple of 3 of the players of the side of Alter Egos, Aries. Not looking very good for Baron or for Miracle.
Ooh, 4 Miracle Vibes. Alter Egos down below, 3-man. Just right there. Potato down to the ground. East outside of the compound. Gonna be closing up the distance. Has 1 player on towards the left side, but a lot of squads as well coming in from the western side of the map. So it's gonna be a very interesting clash here if ever 4 Miracle Vibes does decide to win. But CMF, XGSM, they take 1 player down. Alter Ego, Ares, Fnatic down as well. But Doc wants to close down the distance. Doesn't want to waste any time no more. Time is dwindling by. He has a DBS now to make an entry. Molotov on the first floor. Doesn't really cut it. East on top, Apex down below, holding down Diago, and now he goes down from the sky, spraying down Alter Ego Eris. Rosemary out, so does the squad, and now they're gonna be the 14th squad here eliminated from this round.
And now one more team gets eliminated. IHC Esports is not having a good day today. 12 teams left in the mix, and it looks like things are going to get a little bit tighter here as BTR gets very, very close to the players of STALWART Esports. And if they try to go in for that engagement with BIGETRON or Red Villains, they are also going to be heard by the players of, I think that is YOODO, who is close by as well. And of course, knowing that, they're going to slow things down. No shots coming through just yet, although the players of STE, most of them aware of where BIGETRON are.
STALWART Esports just scouting the outskirts. BIGETRON, Red Villains, they have the compound right now locked on for them. But STALWART Esports, they also find themselves into the mix. A big old standoff here, a 4v4. And it's going to be Boysil alongside with Tops here on the front lines. Jan Frost going to offer the support. Same goes for Icy. But a better weapon composition here for Sid of Jan Frost, having that M4 comparing to the Burst. And now 1-for-1 official. They want to rotate around the quarry. And so far, things are slowed down. But on the process for the set of STALWART Esports, they get an opener now up against BIGETRON Red Villains. And that's going to be a clean shot for them to get through. Question is, are they going to go for the commitment? So far, LaPower responds back with a nade as well. Coming in pretty hot. Going to go for the pickup now for the side of Boysil. And so our Esports, they get slowed down just a little bit as the front man here from the side of BIGETRON Red Villains will be able to put themselves into the mix. Tarles with the nade. Going to throw it down to the window. Can he get the connection on towards Shawnee? I don't think so. Doc here from the set of Miracle Vibes will try to close down the distance as well from the set of CMF XGSM. And this nade will fly through. Ricochets off the body. Not going to be able to get the connection here. But this decide to fall back instead. Once more, going to go for another nade run. Holy Mary. Will not be able to still get the connection. Until then, still 4 battles. 2 battles simultaneously happening here. STALWART Esports and BIGETRON Red Villains still wants to go at it now. And they're head-to-head. Close quarter combat. Boy still spraying down, but Extrani beats him right into it. Lapar looking to get the response as well with a DBS inside the smoke. Not going to be having any angles whatsoever to play with. Has to fall back, but it's a bit too late. Icy shuts him down. It's now going to be Satarles and Jan Frost here looking to make the play here for the side of BIGETRON Red Villains.
Players of BIGETRON versus STALWART Esports going face to face, but it looks like the players of BIGETRON is going to fall to their knees as they get eliminated. 10 teams left in the mix. Hale very close to the players of GSM as well as for Miracle Vibes. And right now, if they come in here, it's going to be another one hell of a battle. As you can see, the zone is becoming smaller and smaller, and once again we are going to be by the waters here. Very open area, not too many places to take cover, which is going to be very, very difficult for the teams. GSM does get eliminated right now, and taking a look at the players from Precision Esports out in the open, they're going to have the view of so many teams, but with no cover. It's not looking like the best position for them right now.
Only having the muscle car to back themselves up. RNJ though with the nade throws it down to the sea. Can he get the connection? Misery unfortunately just drowned himself. That was pretty anticlimactic, but hey, it's all okay. Vampire Esports on the mountain. Team XERXIA here out in the open. And they don't really have a lot of working room to play with. But Megamind will be right here as well to possibly offer a pinch up against Precision Evos. But from the northern side of the map, that's going to be Aegon XA8 for you. And now Vampire Esports, they want to close down the distance here between them and Precision Evos. But they got to keep in mind, Team XERXIA is also around the vicinity. So this could be a dominance effect here for them if ever they go for the clash.
I mean, not only Team XERXIA, but a lot of teams as well. Agonite is not too far. And we also have Vampire Esports here in the mix. They're going to be able to land a couple kills on the players of Precision Evos there, taking them down. And here you can see Tony with aggressive play as he tries to relocate towards his teammates. And we take a quick look at the map here to get a little bit of an overview. It's going to be Vampire Esports as well as Precision. XERXIA, YOODO not not too far away, as well as Agon I8 all in one area, while the rest of the teams, For Miracle, STE, and Hale try to stay at the outer areas of the circle. Right now, lots of smokes coming through to block the views of each other, as they know there's nowhere to take cover. They're going to try to use that as their only source of protection aside from the vehicles that they are holding down. And a lot of action is going down here as YOODO Alliance down to 2 players left, trying to stay alive here in this match, not getting seen by the rest of the players, but they are going to try to go in for an engagement with the players of Stalwart Esports here and try to use those grenades to their advantage, but they are not lining up just yet.
You know, this is exactly the zone that we got to see here, coming in from the yesterday's run here. It looks exactly the same. Flight path pretty similar as well. I mean, I'm just getting deja vu for the time being now. YOODO Alliance out in the open, Stalwart Esports as well, alongside with Vampire Esports from the distance. But it might just be YOODO Alliance allocating their attention right now into the direction of Stalwart Esports. And with Stalwart having 4 players still into the competition, this is going to be pretty heavy. 4 Miracle vibes right around the northern side as well. And Stalwart, they get the connection on towards Doc here, on towards in mid street. Baron inside the shed, alongside with the rest of his teammates as well. And Stalwart, they get bullets directly towards the direction for them as well. And now they're getting trampled here from left, right, back, center. Hale Esports getting taken down. Same goes for the side of 4 Miracle vibes. And it's all going to be the courtesy of Stalwart Esports here, putting themselves into the mixture. 4 Miracle vibes. 1 player remaining. Can he put it through, or is he going to go down just like the rest of his teammates? Things will get slowed down here for the side of 4 Miracle vibes and Hale Esports.
That is a huge question here right now, Warden. But it looks like we're going to see Hale falter, and they are going to get eliminated from the match. 5 teams left as for Miracle Vibes gets eliminated as well. And the action is just about to continue because the players of YOODO Alliance is very, very close to XERXIA Esports as well. And right now you're going to be able to see a couple of them trying to go in for the engagements. Agon I8 going to be faced by fire on the ground, unable to stay alive for very long as the grenades come through, and they are going to get eliminated as well. 4 teams left at the mix, and Stalwart Esports is the only team with 4 players on to their side. Vampire Esports not far behind as they have 3 players and 10 kills on the feed by now, but I think Stalwart just has a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the positioning right now.
Oh, they have the advantage for sure. I mean, they're playing around the outskirts, just looking at the enemies here on towards the beach, having a clear angle for them, and it's just all going to come down to YOODO Alliance and Team XERXIA to really make the proper decision. And so far, they don't really have a lot of options. Has to rely on smokes, has to rely on the tendency of Stalwart Esports meeting Vampire Esports along the way to slow things down. But regardless, they're out in the open. They don't have the odds for them. Let's see what they can do for the time being. Time slowed down. 10 seconds left before stage 6 gets closed down. And now we're getting to see that Tops here trying to show some aggression here up against YOODO Alliance. Tops from afar. I mean, that's going to be repost for you, actually. And I think Stalwart Esports wants to play around the northern side of the map instead. But unfortunately, Vampire Esports, they beat them right into it in regards to the compound. So they don't really have the map control here for the set of Stalwart Esports. But hey, they have 8 elimination points, 10 for the set of Vampire Esports. They're on top of the board right now, and they can get some more. And Stalwart Esports, they're actually going to get put into the mix up against Vampire Esports. Head-to-head they go. Razzle and dazzle. Gunfights over gunfights, and it's so undefined on who's going to be able to pick off this very run. But RNJ, he puts himself into the mix. Team XERXIA getting 1 elimination now out away from Stalwart Esports, and it's only going to be Icy here standing strong so far, and only 1 more bullet to connect, and it's going to be Stalwart Esports eliminated as the top 4 team here on this very round.
YOODO Alliance, XERXIA Esports, and Vampire Esports are the last 3 teams on the battlegrounds. And right now, it looks like the players of Vampire are going to try to distance themselves from the rest of the engagements. But with the players of YOODO Alliance only having 2 more players and XERXIA only having 2 as well, it looks like this is going to be the engagement that happens pretty soon. between the crossfire between these three teams right now. XERXIA Esports playing it aggressive right now. They're going to try to shoot their opponents from afar. A couple shots landing on them, but not enough to secure the kill just yet. And Vampire Esports, we saw this play before, staying on the roofs of the building to get a slight advantage. Let's see if it's going to be able to help them at any way. But sneaky plays from the players of Vampire Esports, as we can see in the mini map. One of them actually with a vehicle trying to rotate and catch the players of YOODO Alliance off guard. Now, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to pull it off right, but if he plays his cards properly, he might just be able to land a couple of those kills.
It's going to be so hard to look at the other composition here, comparing it to Vampire Esports. They have the map control, they have the guns, and they have the mechanical skills to take this one through. YOODO Alliance and Team XERXIA, if they want to make the difference, it's gonna find a way to sandwich Vampire Esports and Tonic A. Getting a lot of damage here. Will get tagged up for the time being. They can't afford to get into a 2v2, 2v2 in this situation right now. Once more, they can't drop the ball. They have the advantage. Now the zone will get closed down now onto the central side of Ferry Pier. And here we go. Once more, only 40 seconds left on the clock before the zone closes in. I wonder how YOODO Alliance and XERXIA Esports can respond back to the whole dominance that Vampire Esports is putting up right now.
We saw this play before. The roof gameplay works. So the question is, will Vampire be able to execute properly to be able to win over XERXIA and YOODO Alliance? But YOODO Alliance, you know, this team is a little bit unpredictable. Sometimes they do good, sometimes they don't do good. But for now, considering that they are alive at this stage of the match and having 4 kills as well, it looks like it's a pretty good match for them so far. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue that momentum though. Right now, from afar, you can see a couple shots from the side of XERXIA going on to the players of Vampire Esports and vice versa. YOODO trying to get into the mix as one of their players are trying to cause an engagement between them, but none of them really pushing for a full-on engagement just yet, and things slow down once again here, Warden, as we try to wait and buy a little bit more time in this game.
YOODO Alliance, overall, this game is pretty looking to be quite stale. While, you know, it's just all going to come down to the timings here once more. All about the zone here, putting the pressure here for the squads to meet each other here on the middle. Playing grounds, no man's land. And now, once more, we are still waiting for things to come true. Vampire Esports, XERXIA Esports, YOODO Alliance. Can we see YOODO Alliance take this one true? Or could it be XERXIA Esports finally putting themselves back into the spotlight? So far, a lot of engagements now happening here between XERXIA and Vampire Esports. And Vampire Esports looking to find a way to soften the western side of the circle right now so they can take care of YOODO Alliance later on.
Look at this ward in the zone. It's starting to become smaller, which is going to force the players to actually move in. And now the question is, will they still be able to find the same protection that they are finding behind the barricades and here up on the roof as well, as they try, they're forced to move inwards. And it looks like all of these teams, except for the players of Vampire, are going to be forced to actually move forward. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's too much cover left for them to be able to use to their advantage. As you can see, the players of YOODO Alliance are already out in the open, just trying to take advantage of the smokes. And same goes for the players of XERXIA, although they have a slight advantage considering that they have a vehicle. And right now, XERXIA going for a bit of more aggressive play as they use a vehicle to push forward, and the rest of the team as well going for the same. And YOODO Alliance going to be able to eliminate the players of XERXIA Esports, now down to 2. Vampire versus YOODO. And the question is, which of them is going to come out alive? Because YOODO only has 2 players left, while Vampire has not only the good positioning, but also the numbers advantage to their side.
And now here we go. Vampire Esports looking to close down the distance. quite in the open, honestly. I don't exactly know if I like this play here for the set of the front lines. Molotov flies through. Nades gets picked up here for the set of Uzi, and he drops the ball. And now, with this being said, now it's going to be a 2v2. Tony K and his teammate just watching the demise ensue here for the set of Uzi. Tony K will try to support the teammate here from afar, but the smoke will evade his vision. And now they're getting tagged up as well. YOODO Alliance putting up a fight. Big mistake here for the set of Vampire Esports. Zone closing in as well. Two factors now that these two squads has to deal with. Baripos getting tagged up. Gonna go for the commitment. He did get this one through. Now the reset comes in. Tony K investing a lot, but he only has 2 magazines left. He can't afford to all go rushing right now. And he's down to the ground. Stoned as well. Zone closing in. The pressure is on here between these two squads. May it be YOODO Alliance or Vampire Esports. Stoned throwing down the utilities. Repos getting the shot to come in. And it's a big standoff here. 2v2.
Now we are going to have to wait a little bit longer before we find out who wins this match. But with Stone playing a very aggressive with those throwables, just trying to get every shot possible. He's going to land a couple on the players of YOODO, but Vampire Esports gets taken down. And there we see the winner chicken dinner going to the side of YOODO Alliance.
Wow. YOODO Alliance getting this one through. Well deserved. And I do believe we were able to see them in this very situation back then. And they were not able to close down the deal, dropping the ball. But this time, things are turned around. The world is upside down. And YOODO Alliance, I do believe they claim their second winner chicken dinner.
You know, this team, the reason why I get so excited when I see this team is because they have a lot of potential as a team. It's just they're not consistent enough to do so. And right now you can see a little bit of their team statistics. They're going to be able to rack up 9 kills. Thanks to Repo as well as Tar here. But unfortunately, the rest of the team of the other two players, Flax and Lux here, is going to not really contribute too much. So I think with a little bit more work for this team and a little bit more consistency, they can definitely be one of those big hitters in the competition. But again, they're far from being one as they lack a lot of consistency on their side. But congratulations again to these players for winning their second chicken dinner for this event. And right now, as you can see, they were able to rack up a total of 9 eliminations, adding up to a total of 19 points. Not too far behind is going to be Vampire Esports with 10 eliminations, 16 points, followed by Stalwart Esports, XERXIA Esports, Agon I 8 and 4, Miracle Vibes at 8, Hill Esports at 7, Persija Evos at 6, as well as official one for one official, and Alter Egos and IHC at 1 point, while the rest of the teams, BIGETRON and B Esports, 7th Element, Sem9 and GSM getting no points at all for this game.
Not a huge separator here between YOODO Alliance and Vampire Esports. Honestly, it could have been the way of Vampire Esports if they didn't decide to go all aggressive. A big mistake right there for the set of Vampire Esports, especially for the set of Uzi. He went out in the open. YOODO Alliance was able to force it down to a 2v2, and the rest went on YOODO Alliance. Number one team in regards to the whole win, but in regards to the impact and damage, it's going to be Vampire Esports for you. 10 for them in regards to the eliminations. 2,328 for the damage. Stalwart Esports not trailing too far behind with 8 and 2,061 damage. For a set of XERXIA and Agon XI8, they're tied up right now in regards to the eliminations. It's not too far, not too different as well in regards to the damage.
Very good strategies from the side of YOODO. I mean, considering that they haven't been able to deal too much damage, not able to get the most kills in the game, they were still able to play it very strategically to at least get the most placement points over everyone. But now taking a look at the overall leaderboard, Stalwart, Poor Miracle, D Savior, and IHC going to maintain their spots like a while ago, while Hill Esports takes 1 over FAZE, and YOODO Alliance takes a 1 over Sem9, securing that 7th slot for YOODO Alliance. And again, that was their second winner chicken dinner on the scoreboard, which means that right now they are at a very good position to actually maybe even get one of those four slots to earn a prize for week number one, as long as they keep up their gameplay. So that's the big question, if they will be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be a question in mind. Consistency is something that hasn't been so prevalent here for this competition. So I want to see something like that happen here in this competition. And now here we go for this page number 2. We got Vampire Esports, Procedure Evos, Bigetron Red Villains, Alter Ego Ares. Not really far behind from each other. Same goes for said Morph GPX, Egon XI8, CMFX GSM, and XERXIA Esports. You know, I want to take back what I said. The competition here for this page number 2 here is not too far apart from one another. After all, it's only going to take one game for you to put up a margin. And back to the MVP race. It's going to be Chalk and Out X here for the set of STALWART Esports, 2 for the set of Formidable Vibes. It's going to be Ease and Apex for you. And it's going to be the same old statistics that they're able to put up. But this time, though, Chalk and Out X having 30 instead of 29.
But nonetheless, still maintaining that top slot for the MVP race. And of course, again, guys, these are the players that are in the running for that additional $100 straight into their pockets for week number one. And of course, if you were one of the teams up here or one of the players up there, you would want to be able to get those eliminations and damage dealt to be able to get that money to your side. But right now, taking a look at the top teams and Miramar, so far it's going to be a 4 Miracle Vibes with the average of 7 eliminations, 1,725 damage, and an average survival time of 20 minutes 53 seconds. Not too far behind is going to be FaZe Clan with about the same eliminations, similar damage and survival time. Last two is going to be Sem9 and Hail Esports.
Yeah, I mean, not too far different as well here for each other. And I want to see more here for Formidable Vibes and FaZe Clan, because it's really exciting to watch him play, especially for the set of Formidable Vibes, especially when Apex starts to pop off. The guy is a menace. FaZe Clan, Molassix, you name it. They also have the opportunity as well to put up the same impact as Formidable Vibes. And overall, I mean, pretty shocking the FaZe Clan's on the number 2 spot, as I did recall at one point they were able to drop like 14 kills here for Miramar. So that is really impressive to see. And I want to see, what they can offer for the next round here. After all, we are going to be going back to Miramar right after this very round. Wasabi, we were able to see the whole round now for the set of Erangel. 2 now said and done. We had a run for Miramar on towards the second round. 4th round will be Miramar. How are you feeling about this?
I am excited. Finally, we are about to go into our next match. I mean, pretty soon at least. And I feel like we just started the live stream, but I'm just realizing that we're already halfway through it, and we're almost towards the end. And that's just to prove how much fun I've been having here on this Casters Deck, casting with you, Warden, for this Jew League 2023 on the English broadcast. Once again, I'm Osabi, and I'm here with Warden, and we're your voices for tonight. So guys, if you're enjoying watching the English broadcast with us, don't forget to drop a comment and watch out for tomorrow's live stream, because we'll be back here again.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately for this very whole broadcast, we've been able to slay things down as well. And fortunately for you guys, I know we all are hungry for actions, and there's no buts here. I think we're gonna be heading straight to the next round here with no breaks whatsoever, Wasabi. I mean, the viewers here are just waiting for the battle to ensue. I think we're waiting for the same thing as well to happen. And guys, let's do League 2023. I mean, after all, it wouldn't be so possible if it wasn't for Mountain Dew for powering this whole tournament.
Yep, and also thank you so much to the team on the side of Esports County for helping host this tournament, as well as doing the production. They've been helping and doing so many things in the back side of the stream. Not, you guys don't really see that, but they are doing a lot of things to make this possible. So thank you to everyone, to the whole team behind this tournament, for making it such a fun experience for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Esports County here for having us here in this English broadcast. They are also handling the Indonesian broadcast as well, guys, just on the other side of the spectrum. If you guys want to stay tuned on that very part, then be it. We have, just overall plethora of casters here found into the mix. Overall, this is such a huge event here, so we're pretty honored to be here, Wasabi.
Very actually. I'm having a lot of fun, and I think you also know my situation right now, so I'm actually enjoying it despite that. So I don't know, I'd really love to continue casting on this type of event here in the future. Hopefully I'll get the chance.
Hopefully, I mean, the next thing you know, we'll have Do League 2023, and it's going to be a much bigger, 2024 could be the case. It could be a much bigger, tournament as well. I mean, this is a pretty big tournament already, and, with time, only time can really tell what can the future offer. And so far, time could absolutely heal you. It could absolutely take you down as well as we do age as a human being. At the same time, it could also evolve as a whole group or individual. So hey, stay tuned, guys. Make sure to follow Esports County alongside with the official page of Mountain Dew for making this whole tournament possible once more, because there's going to be plenty of events up ahead.
Yep, and guys, I think if you're watching on the YouTube stream right now, there's actually a poll right now asking what country you guys are from. Unfortunately, there's only 3 choices, so drop down in the comments where you're from, and we'll take a look at that while we are in break, because we are going to be taking a very, very short one before we see the next match. We will be right back.
Okay, apologies, guys. We're going to be having a short break, so I did miss my call. See you in a bit. I want it now, Wasabi.
No, not yet.
I want it now. Okay, a bit of a troll right there. I did say that we're not gonna have a break, but we did have a break, and it's all okay. We deserve some rest here, especially for the players as well. But fortunately, we are gonna be going to the fourth round of this event, day number 4 of week number 1 here for this Dual League 2023. And once more, I don't think we need to introduce ourselves anymore because we've been doing that for the entirety of the broadcast. But you know what? Okay, it's not too bad. I am Warden here
Just do it.
alongside with Wasabi, and we are once more the voices of the English broadcast. Now, Wasabi, YOODO Alliance winning the last and final round. Tell me about how you felt about that very run.
I mean, once in a while we see a good plays from them, but some matches they just really don't stand up for themselves. But I was happy to see that despite having the numbers disadvantage, the position, like they didn't have the position over Vampire Esports, but nonetheless they were still able to close up that round and really take the win in a surprising matter that I'm not sure if the comments were expecting, but I know I definitely wasn't expecting, and I was happy to see it happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was really nice. A bit of a refresher as well. I mean, after all, that was the second win of YOODO Alliance here overall, coming in forward from the 4 days that we haven't able to see. But hey, moving over now to round number 4. Here we go. Flight bat coming out your way. It's gonna be somewhat central, but leaning towards the left side of the map. So teams that will be long, actually, you know what? Quite reachable. El Azhar alongside with Impala, Puerto Paraíso will still be found in the mix, but obviously it's going to be a bit of a distance that they have to fly through. And overall, we are seeing how the drops commence. It's going to be Alter Ego Ares here playing around the vicinity, possibly heading straight to the way of Puerto Paraíso. Official 1-for-1 going to be taking the Valley here on towards the left side. We have IHC dropping down to Monte Nuevo. We have D Xavier going to the way of El Pozo. And on the right side, we have Face Clan as well, possibly leaning towards Picado. And for Procedure Evos, I think they are leaning towards Los Leones here, or all the way down to Land Vendetta. And for the set of BIGETRON Red Villains, I think they are leaning towards the central side here, all the way down to Power Grid. And for Morph GPX, they are on the northern side alongside with Haley Esports. Now, in regards to the circle here, only teams of official 1-for-1 Alter Ego Ares alongside with Aegon X8 and YOODO Alliance will not be found into the mix. So, fortunately, the zone is not too bad here all the way down to the second round of Miramar.
Yep, a pretty decent zone for this match at the very least. But right now, we are actually going to be taking a look at the players of Aegon, as they are pretty close to the players of YOODO Alliance as well. As you can see, they're pretty mixed up there. A couple buildings to the side of Aegon, couple to the side of YOODO Alliance, but nonetheless, they're very close to one another. A misfire or even just a little bit too much movement can be a sign to one another that they're around. But we're going to be taking a look at the players of Genesis Esports here, as they're very close to Stalwart Esports, and you know how this is going to go down. The players of Stalwart, just so ruthless, is going to go in for that push as soon as they get enough loot to start the action.
Yeah, a lot of actions are happening to the way, and now Genesis Esports here is going to be a squad that I'm going to be hoping for that they're not going to get eliminated at the first hand, because so far they've been struggling quite a lot. I mean, enduring throughout the run of Miramar is something that you just don't get exactly to see, but at the same time, I'm really open for changes now. But early altercations happening here. Aegon X8 up against YOODO Alliance, and this is just a bit of a shocker here for me, being YOODO Alliance winning the previous round. Come on, you can't go out of the round like this.
Definitely shouldn't go down too early. I mean, they have a lot to prove for themselves, so hopefully we see that. But right now, we're going to take a quick look at the players of Precision Esports, as they seem to be coming into contact with not only GSM but XERXIA Esports as well, who's right around the corner. Of no engagements coming through. We're going to take a look at the players of D Savior as they knock down the players of NBE Sports, getting a couple kills to their side. And on the kill feed, Precision going to be taking down the players of GSM early in this game. Although both teams still stay alive, NBE Esports hanging by a thread, one player left on their team, and hopefully they are going to be able to maybe stay alive a little bit longer so that we don't see the casualty right away.
And now looking at the Xavier in Procedure Evos, despite the fact that they do have the eliminations for their side, they did lose one player in the process. So that's going to be mitigating their chances a little bit here, especially on the longevity of this very round. But now Genesis Esports getting into a bit of a hiffy for them. Flame on the pump action, looking to get the entry. Double barrel as well here for the teammate. And I don't think they really have the best shape right now. Stalwart Esports on top. Icy actually one tagged away, but Tops gets the shot down and gets the spray down from afar. And now Icy holding down the angle with a pump. Gonna be able to get one shot to fly through, but the second connects. And now Genesis Esports, they're down to the ground.
Ooh.
And please don't tell me that they're the first squad that will get eliminated on towards the very round. Only one player to rely on, and the shotty will come in. But indeed, they will be the first squad to get eliminated once more.
Quite unfortunate for them that they were faced by the players of Stalwart so early on to the game. I mean, I think if it was any other team, they might have been able to wait till NB Esports gets eliminated. As you see, they get removed from the game right now, as well as XERXIA. And it was just a little bit of the timing that they lacked. Unfortunately, Genesis out of the game first. But now, down to 13 teams left. And GSM still remains hanging by a thread as their last player, Dictator, is the only player alive. He continues to drive around the area, but we are going to take a quick look at the players of YOODO Alliance as they inch closer towards the players of Agonai 8 and Agonai 8. I'm not quite sure if they're going to go for the push, but they definitely are in a good position to sandwich the players of YOODO Alliance who are hiding in this building. As you can see in the mini-map, Agonai 8 are in all directions, and YOODO, it's not looking very good for them.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Being the winners of the previous round, you just can't afford to go out this way. After all, I do have some trust here with Klux alongside with Flex and Elftar, but at the same time, you know, losing a reposit early is just not a really good phase for them. But back here for the set of Morph GPX, I mean, Morph GPX has been pretty silent here on the versus broadcast. I mean, for a moment, we did get to see them be found into the top 5, at least, I think, for the first round of Erangel. But at the same time, you know, it's not really enough for them to stay on par with the rest of the competition. But back here for the set of Stalwart, Wasabi, I mean, at the moment, we did see the Xavier and Procedure Evos being the teams here, starting things off. But now Stalwart Esports will be able to put themselves into the mix. BIGETRON Red Villains on top of IHC. Meow Meow. Gonna be below. Alex as well. Satarless on top, holding things down just a little bit. I mean, this is just a bit of a questionable situation. I don't exactly know what IHC is doing.
I'm not quite sure also. I think they're trying to test the limits of gravitation here while using their vehicles to go up. But Satarless here on the high ground is going to have a slight advantage watching the players of IHC just roll off the mountain. Oh, that is... I mean, as I said, they're testing the limits of gravitation with their vehicles right now. And unfortunately for Meow Meow, going to take some damage from that very, very painful car accident.
Okay, with every run that we have been able to see for the set of Miramar, there's always one guy running through a tree, which is pretty just awful to see. And one guy just trying to defy the laws of gravity, going up to the mountain. I mean, come on. Come on, guys. Just choose your terrain, okay? There's a lot of roads up ahead. Don't go off-roading with a muscle car. It just doesn't work well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's roads for you guys to use, and the trees are not your opponents for this match. It's the other players, so no need to harm the beautiful nature terrain here right now. But back to the match, we're gonna take a quick look at the map right now. As you can see, most of the teams are going to be in the zone, although there is a slight exception for the players of YOODO Alliance and Agonai 8. As we know, they are very close to one another, so I'm sure they're not moving into the zone for now because they know that if they cause too much noise, it's going to be a very, very painful battle between them. But right now, we're going to take a quick look at BIGETRON Red Villains, going to be able to slay a couple of the players on their surrounding areas, and right now going for an aggressive, actually going towards their teammates on the high ground, trying to relocate. But Alex surprisingly in a very high mountain up there alone on the side of IHC, far away on the hill up there.
You know, I'm just not, at some point, you know, some teams here are not really in sync into the situation, and at the same time, you know, I really want to find players like to play like Agent 47 here, because so far I want to see teams be just a menace here in this competition. But at the same time, you know, some players just love to dabble around, take it slow, and just take care of their wheat farm. And I don't exactly know why they're really slowed down for the time being. But hey, fortunately, we were granted 3 early altercations coming in from the side of XERXIA Esports alongside with NV Esports and alongside with Genesis as well, being the #1 team in regards to getting eliminated at the first set of clashes. But for the side of BIGETRON Red Villains, I want to see them win around here from the side of Miramar. I mean, they've shown their mastery overall now for the side of Wrangle, but for the time being, they don't really have a lot of things to play with. After all, no opportunities whatsoever.
No opportunities for them to go into engagements, and of course they are definitely looking for one, but not that they would push to a situation that would put them in danger. So still playing it a little bit on the safer side. Right now we can finally see the players of Agonai 8 trying to make their way into zone. As we saw a while ago, they were far out into the blue zone at Los Llanos, and now they're finally trying to move in as they are taking quite a lot of damage from the player from the blue zone. Right now they're going to be able to find a building or this settlement area right nearby a zone for them to settle at, but they have to be careful because it looks like YOODO Alliance is heading that area as well.
Egg on XA8, I can't hear you. You all have been screaming, but the presence hasn't been felt at all. And in regards to just the longevity of these teams or this overall squad, it's no stranger for them to be around the top 10 of the overall round. But at the same time, they just don't have the mechanical capabilities to win off those gunfights. And that's exactly one reason why they're at the second page of the overall scoreboard. But back to the first set of STALWART and BIGETRON Red Villains. This is going to be a really interesting fight if it does happen. But at the same time, I don't exactly know if it's going to be a possibility that could happen. But looking like they are going to be running away from the vicinity, calling it out. Rendezvous out from the case, and they just want to prioritize getting themselves into the zone instead.
Right now you can see another guy. Oh my gosh, guys, get driver's license. Come on, step up your driving game here. I know you're good with your gunfights and your engagements, but the driving not too much. But right now STALWART Esports trying to go into another engagement with the players of FAZE, but too far out for their guns to reach. And as you can see, they are going to decide to move towards the high grounds, specifically Icy here. It does look like he's a little bit further away from the rest of his team, so that's why he is looking to relocate. But same goes with the players of BIGETRON right now as they use the vehicles to go onto the high grounds. And this is what I mean. There are roads for the vehicles.
Woo! No, Lapar, go back to the road. Come on, man. Okay, if he flips his vehicle again. Okay, decides to park. Okay, pull the parking brake. Yep. Oh, okay, wants to go back to the road instead. And now this is going to be a downhill for them, but fortunately, he does come out alive. Better driving than my friend Mandax. So, props to BIGETRON Villains for this one.
And now you can see Precision Evos trying to go in for an engagement using the grenades to their advantage, but not lining up with the players of STALWART Esports just yet. STALWART with a little bit more aggressive plays are going to try to climb up the hill and catch the players of Precision Evos off guard. But right now you can see action here trying to go with the shotgun at play, and he's going to be able to knock one player down. Precision Evos, the rest of the team backing away, knowing that action of the side of STALWART is right around the corner. They're going to try
and I don't know which tracking is better here. Is it gonna be the players of STALWART Esports or your camera, Wasabi? It has been pretty accurate so far into this very game. Yeah, I mean the tracking is really phenomenal to see. The STALWART Esports Procedure Evos will be down below. Tops and overall STALWART Esports will be playing around this side of the mountain. And this is exactly what I want to hold on to, especially if you're playing around a Miramar. After all, verticalities is such a big factor in regards to you having the best odds of winning those gunfights. And on the feed, we get to see the Xavier taking down 2 players out away from BIGETRON Red Villains. Lamborghini shuts Lapar down, and it's going to be BTR out from the chase. 13th team, they are.
And now things are going to slow once down as we take a look at the players of the Savior. Now they are very close to Hail Esports, but it looks like they aren't going to go for the push just yet, holding down in those buildings. But Morph, on the other hand, with the high ground over the mountains, they're going to spot the players of Alter Ego's Ares. A couple shots sent there as a warning, but not aligning up to anyone just yet. And they have to be careful. It looks like it's only going to be a 1 player that's actually up in this hill, while the rest of the team a little bit further away. And unfortunately, from afar, gets spotted by the players of Alter Egos and knocked down. Now, the players of Morph going to be down to 3 players left. YOODO Alliance gets eliminated by 1-4-1 official, and down to 11 teams left in the mix here. Things are about to start happening as we get closer towards the next stage of this round.
1-for-1 official. Once more, they had one of the best runs for the side of Miramar, racking 14 eliminations coming in from the last, no, to the second to the last run that they had here on this very map. But, you know, the problem that they had was that they were caught in a pinch. Wherever they look, coming in from the western side to the southern, to the east, to the overall, every direction, they had a problem. So, you know, I want to play them around the side of the zone, especially if they move over to stage 6 of the overall round. And unfortunately, FaZe Clan will be around the vicinity, so if ever they do meet FaZe Clan, that could be absolutely their demise. But for the side of FaZe Clan, they only have 1 elimination so far, and one of them has been taken down out from the chase. So their whole squad right now, I don't think there's going to be any opportunities that they're going to have any cohesion whatsoever. But here for Procedure Evos, back on the Chiron, Luxy will be able to pick up Zuxi. By the way, Wasabi, fun fact, coming in from the side of Neptune, I heard that Luxy and Zuxi are actually brothers.
Oh, no wonder why their names are very similar.
But
that is definitely okay, that one I didn't notice, but that is definitely a very, very fun fact. Thank you for that, Warden. But back into the action, we're going to see Stalwart here battling the players from afar. They see and spot the players of D Savior as well as 1-4-1, but it looks like it's going to be a tough one for D Savior as they're down to their final player here. Lamborghini is down and Chua is the only active player, but at a pinch right now as there's teams surrounding every direction possible. Hale using the smokes to get their players up and moving, going to try to revive Sky only, and gets that done perfectly at the right moment. And now, any moment right now, we're going to see a lot of engagements. As you see in the mini map, lots of teams around the area and not much cover around any of them.
Yeah, any of them at all. Morph GPX now will get pushed up by Hale Esports. See Sky only. Hailing from the skies, looking to get that angle sprays down onto Rocky, but Rocky gets the shots to connect more. Tiger on the front line, growling, spraying, doing whatever it takes to put Morph GPX down, and they get 2 players now knocked down. And now, it's all going to come down to Rocky and Yoru here to make the play to come true. 2 players down as well for set of Hale Esports. Tiger, can he get this one? He does get another elimination. It's all going to come down to Rocky now to clutch things up now up against Hale Esports. 1v1 we go. Who's going to be able to win? Could it be Morph GPX or Hale Esports? And Morph GPX, they stay alive.
And now we just see 2 teams get eliminated right off the bat. That's going to be Persija Evos as well as Hale Esports. And we're going to be down to 9 teams left here. And now things are going to slow down once again as they try to heal up, getting ready for their next engagement. But they shouldn't wait too long. As you can see here, a lot of teams in the mix as the players of GSM try to go after the players of Alter Ego's Ares. And it looks like GSM, unfortunately, going to pay for that, gets eliminated from the game. While Alter Ego's Ares still has time to revive here. And looks like though they are going to be actually only having a full squad so far. Same goes with 141 and more. But the Savior, though they're the top team when it comes to the eliminations right now, they are down to one final player, and that player is pretty close to the players of Morph, so I'm not sure how that's going to end up.
Yeah, it's not looking so bright for them. Only having one player to obviously watch out for. Really not the best shape, but for the set of Stalwart and more TPX could be the absolute opposite. I mean, 6 eliminations for the set of Stalwart, only 1 behind the Xavier. But for now, it's going to be 1-for-1 official up against Alter Egos for you. Sirius gets tagged up, Lava shuts him down. And now, JD looking to get the respondment as well inside the shed, gets tagged up, goes down to the ground. Now with Lava here, the only player standing strong for the set of Alter Egos, wanting to put up a reset. He does make the distance to come true, and the recovery comes in as well. 1-for-1 official, the nade comes in. And Rafay, goes down. JD with a UMP up against an AKM, gets overpowered, and 1-for-1 official. He gets eliminated as well.
7 teams left here, Warden, but the kill feed still going crazy. As you can see, Morph and IHC getting kill after kill as they try to go in for more engagements. But taking a look at the players of Alter Egos, Aries, they're going to try to heal up here. One player of that on their team is down, but unfortunately too far into the mix to be able to be revived by the rest of the team. And it looks like one of them is going to be able to stick it just in time. And here, things slow down once again as the players look for a better angle to approach this engagement. As we can see, Morph, they're looking pretty good right now. They're positioning up in the high grounds is going to give them a huge advantage over the rest of the teams. Not to mention that they're also the only team alive that still has 4 players on the squad. Now, looking at the other teams right now, it is going to be a little bit of a more difficult engagement for them, especially for those out in the open. As we can see in the mini map, not all of them having a place to take cover by. And look at this, the last player on the side of the Savior, Chua, he is just going to be hiding in this little bunker out in the middle, far from anyone else. And luckily enough, he's not going to be spotted by anyone for now. And as we take a look at the map, you can see that Stalwart Esports very close to the players of IHC. FaZe, on the other hand, pretty safe distance from any of the teams. Agon I8, same situation. But the players of Morph and Alter Egos, Aries, as well as the Savior, they're relatively close to one another and can spot each other, especially if they have a player with a sniper at hand.
Oh yeah, I mean, they definitely do. I think it's going to be Melastics for you holding down the marksman, but at the same time, I don't exactly know if they're going to be able to convert for this, but hey, back to IHE Esports now. We love this team so much here on the previous day. And unfortunately, you know, they weren't really able to perform here coming in from this respective day number 4. And Alex here trying to run away, Demo OG, just right around to get the pickup. And overall, just looking at this whole run right now, I can absolutely agree with you here, Wasabi. I mean, Morph TPX, they have a complete set of players, and I just want to see them be able to rock this one through for now. But at the time being, Morph TPX actually getting eliminated 1 by 1, 2 players down to the ground. 4 in total here in this competition, but might just get caught half, especially if they can't put up the fight.
That is a huge question now, how they're going to change things up. But the Savior, this is quite impressive. No one has spotted him just yet. But now, back to Morph. They're going to be down to the last and final player as the players of Alter Egos try to push in. And right now, unfortunately, it's looking like they're going to get eliminated from the game despite having the numbers advantage earlier. And now, 5 teams left on the mix. And Alter Egos will be able to heal up their teammates. So that remains to be 2 players on their side. But FaZe, on the other hand, they're going to go into an engagement with the players of IHC. Little do they know that there are still 2 players on the side of IHC, and FaZe has 3, which gives them a slight numbers advantage. But it looks like also Alter Ego is going to go into the mix with Agon I8. Lots of engagements happening everywhere, and the Savior somehow still stays alive.
They stay alive. They take things slow. Aegon X8 Falak goes out from the chase, but they do get one player actually eliminated. It's going to be the other way around. Octa with the nade coming in, sprays down Aegon I8. They eliminate Alter Egos, and now it's going to be FaZe Clan, IHC, Aegon XI8, and the Xavier battling it out now for this last and final few circles. IHC going at it against FaZe Clan. Melastic's down to the ground. It's going to be MR5Z here on the front lines, backing Melastic's down. And with that connection with the nade coming in, Alex will be down. Melastics will get picked up. And now the full composition of FaZe here, aside from one out from the round, will be set and complete once more to go for the clash up into IHC.
And any moment right now, we're going to see that come through. But IHC, they're going to be down to their last and final player. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to stay alive much longer, considering that FaZe here, they have 3 players and they're going pretty aggressive on the surrounding teams. And if that player, the last one, gets spotted, he is sure to be in a hell of a gunfight here. But speaking of teams, we only have 2 teams that are actually considered team and not solo players. It's going to be the players of FaZe and Agon I8, and as I say so, a grenade gets thrown to the face of IHC, getting them out of the game. And now 3 teams remain, one of which is the one and only player from the Savior hiding in a bunker, while the players of FaZe and Agon I8 battle it out here, trying to figure out who is the better team alive.
You know, I'm a really big fan of FaZe Clan, and I want to see them win their first round here on this Duel League 2023. They are able to get the eliminations, but the final adjustment, all because of the aggression that they have been putting up, it hasn't been too pleasant for them. Aegon XI8 is not really a team that they should worry about. Should be the player here for the side of the Xavier. Securing the number 2 spot could just skyrocket them through the overall ranking here for the first page. And it's all going to come down to this factor once more. The Xavier having 7 eliminations, 6 for the set of Aegon XI8, 5 for the set of FaZe Clan. But if ever they do get every single player here out from the get-go, it could be just 10 eliminations points here claimed by the side of FaZe Clan. So time is dwindled down. It's going to get slowed down for a bit. This is exactly what we got to see on the previous round here for the set of a Wrangle. And I think that in some way, they just want to play this game down to the T. Wait for things to pan out. Wait for the zone to close out. And pray for the RNG, the zone, to go to their side.
Definitely some strategies that they can use here to get the advantage to their side, considering that FaZe has a very Agon I8 actually has a very good control of the map, but of course they have to watch out for FaZe because they are not going to make it very easy. And you can see we're going to get a couple shots landed on the players of Agon I8 right now, but not enough to really secure a knockdown or a kill just yet. And once again, things slow down here for a while, but as you see in the mini map, they're bound to go into an engagement as we enter stage 8 here. 27 left before the next one. And of course, the zone gets smaller every time, which is going to force the players to move closer towards one another. But we'll just have to wait for that. For now, it looks like the players of FaZe finally spot that one and only player on the side of the Savior. And it's going to be Melasix here trying to land those shots on him. But unfortunately, it just doesn't line up, and he knows that that player is not too much to worry about. They have to be worrying more about the players of Agon I8 right now.
Yeah, Aegon I8 really eyeing for them here to take a win as well here for this very round. FaZe Clan, pretty stale in regards to winning those rounds as well. But the Xavier, no stranger at all. Now, MR5Z gets an opener now up against Aegon XI8. They want to go for the slash right now. Falak looking to get the respondment. Can go for the spray down, but the last 6, the driving is just spot on. And he goes down to the ridge. From afar, it's going to be Ozens. And now Melastic's closing in the distance now. Falak better watch out. Double Chow might just come through, but the nade flies in as well. And now everything is going a bit just slow here. But the odds are favoring FaZe Clan here for the very moment.
And definitely it looks like they're going to try to use that to their advantage as they try to relocate, getting a better position. But right now, they have to just be able to play the area properly, because Agonai 8 does have a slight advantage when it comes to the high grounds here. And we can see a couple of smokes coming through as well from both of these teams.
And look now, it's gonna be Falak now throwing down the smokes as well to hop right in. MR5Z just down below. Falak has a clear angle right now to go for the spray down. Can he get the kill? But instead, he gets tagged up as well. Wanting to go for the recovery. He can just go for the kill. And Melastic tagged on for their life, but in the process, XERXIA gets eliminated. And now it's all going to come down to Aegon I8 and FaZe Clan now. A 2v2, but it's going to be IQ here trying to make the play as well. Melastic's tagging him up. Falak fully healed up. And now he's going to be cooking up the nade as well. Looking for the perfect medium rear. It's a 2v1 here between FaZe Clan and Aegon XI8. No time for recovery. It's crunch time for the side of FaZe Clan. Can Aegon XI8 win their first round? They get the tag with a nade. Melastic goes for the heal up. DBS on the hand, but it doesn't matter. Aegon XI8, they win the winner chicken dinner.
And that is going to be the fourth match of the night done and dealt with, but we still have one more to go, and it is going to be the players on their side getting that chicken dinner. But for now, we'll have to wait if they're going to be able to continue the momentum though for the last and final match.
Props to Aegon XA8 for pushing this one through. I do believe this is their first winner chicken dinner as well. So, hey, GG, well played. And FaZe Clan, they get robbed away once more for the first chance of winning the chicken dinner. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. On the front cam, it's going to be Aegon XI8 owning the spotlight.
Aegon XI8 is going to be the team getting the win for this match, and looks like they're going to be able to rack up a total of 9 eliminations for this game. And you can see as well, pretty even between these different players. Of course, Blade got eliminated early on in the game, so not really able to put up too much damage in relation to the rest of the team. But nonetheless, congratulations to the players of Agonai 8 for winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, to the way of Falak, overall being able to lead a team, that's going to be them smiling big time. Here, 19 eliminations for the set of Aegon XI8. XERXIA having 13, FaZe Clan having 12. And I thought that FaZe Clan would get the second place, but they fell behind up against XERXIA. Alter Ego Eris will have 11. IHG Esports will have 8. Morph GPX will have 7, alongside with STALWART Esports. 4 for the set of 141 official. 3 for the set of Procedure Evos and CMF XGSM. 2 for 2 for the set of BIGETRON Red Villains, XERXIA Esports, NB Esports, and 1 for the set of YOODO Alliance.
Yup, especially considering that Chua of the side of the Savior had the most amazing camping game strategy. He was able to get not only the placement points, but he knew that his team had enough kills to maybe secure that second place if they just were able to stay alive long enough for the placement kills. And that's exactly what happened. That's why they got the point over the players of FaZe Clan here. And FaZe Clan also getting a few less kills in comparison to the Savior.
Whew. What a wild run here on this match number 4. I mean, Wasabi, we talked about how we want to be shocked and surprised. In Aegon XI8, they did exactly that. Having one of the best damage here in this very round, having 1642 in regards to the damage, 9 eliminations. FaZe Clan has a bit more better of a look here for the damage, but at the same time, they fell behind in regards to the elimination. So they are going to be finishing off third for this one. Here for set of XERXIA, they have 8 eliminations alongside with Alter Ego Eris. IHG Esports, they still found them something to the mix despite the fact that they did have a very staggering round. So really props to them for still trying to put up a scratch. And after all, it's not a battle between them here and to them up against the 4 squads here on the screen. It's a battle between them and STALWART Esports being the number 2 team here in this competition.
Yep, but with that fourth match done and dealt with, that's going to be the last game for the day, at least, for the players of BIGETRON Red Villains, as well as YOODO Alliance, XERXIA Esports, and STALWART Esports, as we see Group B, C, D, and E at play later on for Game 5. But before we go to that, we're going to take a quick look at the overall leaderboards of the tournament so far. Right now, Stalwart Esports, For Miracle Vibes, and D Savior going to maintain that top 3 slot. But FaZe Clan, they're going to move up by 2, getting that 4th slot and pushing IHC as well as Hale down in the equation. YOODO maintains their slot in the first page, and Agon I8 finally able to push to page number 1 of the leaderboards, going up by 6 ranks already.
Yeah, I mean, really intense take here for the set of Aegon XA8, and the hustle that they were able to put through, it pays off really well as they are part of the competition now. All the way down to the second page, it's going to be Alter Ego Ares on top, Sem9 and Vampire Esports tied up with 78 points, Persija Evos alongside more GPX also tied up. BIGETRON Red Villains doesn't want to go with the fad of being tied up. They settle with 72, and now for the set of CMF XGSM will have 69, XERXIA Esports will have 66.
And that's basically the summary of the overall leaderboards for right now. But again, guys, we still have one more match tonight and a whole other set of matches tomorrow before we find out who are going to be the winners for week number 1 of the Jew League. But before we go to that, the MVP race, the people right now on top is going to be Choconut of STE, East of For Miracle Vibes, as well as Apex of For Miracle Vibes. And again, guys, these are the players in the running to get the MVP title and the $100 prize at the end of week 1, which happens tomorrow. So it depends how they're going to be able to end the day tomorrow and who is going to be able to get that $100.
I mean, Stalwart, they're really on the run right now, and it's going to be hard to mitigate their whole power here in this competition. After all, there's a huge discrepancy between them and IHC. But hey, you know, the next round could be a different look here later on, as you know, Stalwart Esports and IHC, if I'm not mistaken, Wasabi, they are still going to be playing on towards the next round for Sandhawk. And as we all know, Sandhawk is such a good map to rack up those eliminations. And in regards to this competition, placement points gets one factor said and done, but more of the elimination should be the way to go here in regards to, you know, getting the overall kill board. But at the same time, the reason why that Stalwart Esports is on top of the game right now is because of the fact that they have been able to win 3 winner chicken dinners.
Yep, and not only win those 3 winner chicken dinners, but when they didn't win, they were able to place high enough into the game where they got both placement points and kills to be able to rack up more points and get closer towards, you know, their goal. But before we see the last and final match later on, we're going to be taking a very short break. Warden, do you want to say anything before we go to the break?
I want the break.
Well, since you asked for a break, we're getting a break.
Well, indeed. See you in a bit, guys.
Welcome back to the Jew League 2023. We are back for more action here in PUBG. One more final match for the night. But before we see that, once again, I am going to be your caster for today. It's going to be Wasabi Gaming, and with me is going to be the one and only Warden.
The one and only one Warden, indeed, because I haven't really seen anyone named Warden for the longest time. I mean, the last time I met Warden was me.
Play Minecraft.
So, hey. Okay, never mind. All right, well, moving over now to the whole run here for the last and final round. It is going to be Sandhawk, so it's going to be a pretty fast map here. Not unless, obviously, teams will take things slow just a little bit. But at the same time, I think it's not going to be that very case because, after all, Sandhawk is the perfect opportunity for you to rack up those eliminations. So if you take things slow, it might just be you losing out a lot of actions here up ahead. Guys, thank you all so much now for tuning by here for this Esports County broadcast. And fortunately, once more, we are still going to be hanging on for you guys until the next 20 to 30 minutes here of this initial fight. Wasabi onto Sandhawk. How do you like to play this map?
Well, this map is a very, very small. So, of course, positioning is key here. You have to be able to play every single detail right. And, of course, teamwork is also very important because you might be at some point facing 2 to 3 teams at the same time. And when you're in that type of situation, of course, you'll need your teammates to back you up and help you with those engagements.
Yeah, I mean, overall engagements here for the set of Sandhawk is going to be pretty prevalent to see. Obviously, since because of the fact that it doesn't matter where you drop. At the most of it, when stage 2 starts to kick in, a lot of teams will be in rotation, and now all of a sudden, by surprise, you get to see like 5 competition out away from the chase. And moreover, I'm really going to be eyeing out here for IHG and STALWART Esports to put up the fight because clearly they are right now the top teams here on the competition so far. In regards to the big boys, STALWART Esports, they get the eliminations, they get the wins, and that is really the biggest. The wins are the biggest discrepancy here on why they are on top of the board right now. So let's see, can IHC bounce back and take away those factors? Not unless, of course, they just trampled down. Or same goes for set of STALWART Esports. Here we go, flight paths now immensing, and now it is the round number 5 here. Last and final round before we end off this day number 4. Wasabi, take it away.
Luckily, though, the players of Stalwart is not going to be in the mix right now, so IHC won't have to deal with them for this battle at the very least. But right now, we're going to be taking a look at the flight path as the players spread out throughout the Sandhawk map here. You can see a pretty even spread, especially considering the fact that the map is pretty small in comparison of the other maps in the game. But right now, you're going to be seeing a quick view of the places where some of the players may be looting at. On the bottom left of your screen, you're going to see some of the players of the side of Hail as they move around trying to position themselves to get the best loot.
And this is exactly the nature of Sandhawk once more. We are seeing NB Esports going against Genesis Esports. Oh, come on, Genesis, please just win. Please just win. Master Vape with the nade, throws it down, coming in, and yep, he goes down. And Master Ichi will be the last end player remaining here for that Genesis Esports. This is just so awful to see. Genesis Esports, they can't catch a break, going down back and forth. And they have the Xavier as well found into the mix, and it's most likely that, yep, Genesis Esports is now eliminated from the round.
Very quickly that they get eliminated. I mean, 1 minute 50 seconds into the game and they're already out of the equation for this one. Unfortunate for them that, when it comes to the gunfights, they just don't stand a match up against the big dogs. And unfortunately, they're faced by a lot of big dogs in this game. But for now, we're going to take a quick look at the players who are over here at the Paradise Resort trying to loot up, get ready for more engagements, because there are going to be about 4 teams in this Paradise Resort alone.
Yeah, and now we are seeing that, a lot of things are surely happening here, and this is going to be between Alter Ego Ares and 7 Elements now. T24 OP on top with the Vector spraying down, but the Bursty will come in, and he will go down to the ground, and Alter Ego so far looking to be in full control of the situation. They do have one player knocked down to the ground, but at the same time, you know, they are now going to be able to put up a reset with 7 elements now, only having 2 players to deal with. But in the process, Vampire Esports goes down. Alter Ego Ares might just be able to take one squad around as well. And now it's all going to come down to Asha 077 to clutch things up here for the side of 7 elements, but obviously with very little health to play with, he's gonna go down. And 7 elements thrown out from the chase. 3 squads already eliminated in what, 3 minutes in total here in this game.
Very, very fast game, but again, we were kind of expecting this considering that this map is very, very small. But nonetheless, of course, we want to be able to see the later half of the game where everything is going to be stacked up and the teams are going to be all forced into one small area. But back to Paradise Resort, because here we have not only the Savior, but also the players of IHC driving around the compound, and not too far away, it's going to be NB Esports as well. And if they go into an engagement, that's going to be about 3 or 4 teams there in that area alone trying to take occupancy of this resort. But of course, only one will survive that engagement.
Aegon XA8, the previous winner in FaZe Clan here, going to go for a rematch actually with Sabi. So this is going to be pretty interesting on how this one's going to play out. Can FaZe Clan finally take away Aegon XA8, or are they going to accept another fate under the hands of them? And CMF XGSM will also be nearing the parameter of NB Esports and the Xavier, where Genesis Esports was taken away from this very case. So it's going to be a bit of a hiffy for them. But on the feed, we get to see FaZe Clan getting an opener now up against Aegon XA8. It's going to be more meant for you with a Vector. Looking to close down the distance. Falak from afar here all the way down to the right side will come in. Now we are seeing that it's going to be one player down. Aegon XA8 losing IQQ. And now they move over now to regather themselves here to the left side of the map. Aegon XA8 not really in the best shape whatsoever as they're so spread apart.
Being far apart from your teammates is not really the best thing, especially when you're going to be faced by multiple teams, and I think that is going to play against their favor for this round. But of course, you know, there are always room for proving me wrong. But right now, we're going to take a quick look at the players of IHC here. They are very close to the players of 141 official as well, but not able to spot them just yet. So they are going to have some time to move around. But as I say that, I think they're also very close by to one of the players of GSM, although again, no contact from any of these teams yet.
Yeah, not just yet, nothing at all. And overall, we're seeing a bit of a wishy-washy here for the set of the Xavier and NV Esports. And now things are slowed down just a little bit. Not here for the set of Aegon XA8 and FaZe Clan. Now Falak here on the front line with an AKM. He's going to try to spray down. Takes a peek to the right, but unfortunately he just gets beamed down. And now Blade here with a nade from afar. Throws it down. Can he take down the players of FaZe? It doesn't connect. And MR5Z still alive here. Falak hoping for Blade to get the clutch here on the vicinity, but the double nade comes in. The knock is on. Elimination set within as well. Now Blade wants to go for a peek. Sprays down. Doesn't get an angle, but only one more connection to get through, and he's able to get the elimination now. One more bullet to fly through. But the last 6 getting a bit of a really good run, and he was only one tap away to getting eliminated. But Aegon XA8, they beat them right into it now. They go out of the round.
Now 12 teams left in the equation, and it looks like Precision Esports Evos here. They're going to be relatively far from one another, but in a strategic way where they're able to get both the high grounds and the low grounds, as well as the populated area, to get more information to their side. And since this map is relatively small, they're going to be able to rotate fast enough to back each other up. But back to the side of For Miracle Vibes as they spot the player of Morph and trying to shoot him down, but unfortunately it just doesn't line up. And as I say that, he gets the shot lined up, gets the kill, and now that player is out of the round. But Doc trying to get another one as he spots a player from afar. Couple shots landing, enough to knock the player down.
It's going to be enough at all, but can he confirm the kill? We need to see players, teams rack up those eliminations. And so far, actually, I did have a missed call earlier. Stalwart Esports will not be found into the mix. It's still going to be IHG here, having this opportunity as well to overtake the spotlight. But this is not going to be a bit of a, question that is happening right now. For Miracle Vibes, let's take down one player here from the set of Morph GPX. And now it's going to be For Miracle Vibes rotating here from the set of the Ruins. And they want to close out the distance coming in from the rest of the competition here from the set of Morph GPX. But it's not happening as of the moment. So, hey, they want to fall back. They want to take things slow. And just, overall look for a better angle of the situation. Going to the convertible. It's going to be Apex having a lot of vehicles here for a set of For Miracle Vibes. And this is exactly what they want here for the set of Sandhawk.
And now, taking a look at the map, as you can see, a lot of those people stack up close to the boot camp and a couple on those resorts. As you can see, the locals on the resort side is actually kind of mixing already, which means there are going to be engagements pretty soon there. Now, most of the teams already inside the zone, with the exception of a couple players from the side of FAZE as well as of GSM and Morph, but they are close enough to be able to rotate into that later on. Now, we're going to take a quick look at the players of For Miracle Vibes as they try to go and get some better loot here. For now, they're very close to the players of Precision Esports here. And if they make too much noise, they might get spotted. But for now, they are going to be safe for the meantime.
Yeah, just take it easy, play it safe. Taking slow, but obviously when you don't really get into any clashes, it's just going to be paying a toll to your side as well. As we move over to the next part of the circle, and now we're getting to see official 1-for-1 owning this this camp right now. On the mix, there is going to be Procedure Evos on top of the mountain. I do believe it's going to be Sam9 as well coming in from the left side. That is going to be all the way down to the eastern side of the map. So let's see how this one's gonna play through. But for now, official 1-for-1. They're not really getting any opportunities here for that time being.
Yep, not too many chances for them to go into engagements for now. But taking a look at the players of Sam9 who are actually at the outskirts of the boot camp, they are actually going to be in a very tough situation as they are surrounded by 3 different teams in different directions, and so hiding in this area is going to be a very tough situation for them if ever they decide to push one of the teams, because obviously that's going to cause a lot of noise in the surrounding areas, which is going to alert the teams around them. But back to the side of 1-for-1, as we see them trying to go around, getting the best position to scope out their opponents, and looks like they're going to be very close to not only Hale but also Sam9 as well. Although Sam9 with the strategic positioning, you can see they're kind of mimicking a square setup here to be able to back each other up, as well as getting different angles on their opponents and views on where they might be able to attack from.
Now, Sam9 from the side of Malaysia has been pretty struggling as well here with Sabi, and looking at the whole run that they've been able to put up, I think they've only gotten one winner chicken dinner here. And just take a look at the whole presence here so far. I mean, Wasabi, are you seeing this right now? It's gonna be NB Esports and D Xavier about to possibly go at it. IHG Esports as well, and just by looking at the whole gameplay here being put to place, everyone just taking things slow just a little bit.
Yeah, things are starting to slow down here, especially considering that the play area is getting very small. But look at this. NB Esports, they only have 2 players left, and they are at the edge of the zone, and with it closing down, they're going to force a couple of shots onto their opponents to be able to allow them to move easily. They're going to be able to knock one of the players on the side of the Savior out of the game, but one more to deal with, which means NB Esports are not free to push to the safe zone just yet. And right now, things slow down once again as they try to go in for that engagement. Luckily enough, the blue zone is still not too painful that they would have to worry about it too much. Of course, in the later half of the game, as we go to the later stages, they would have to move in. But for now, things are pretty safe for them.
Yeah, pretty safe for them. NBA Sports will be on top. The Xavier, Lamborghini down below. And now we are seeing a Kaz here on top. And they are inside the zone. This Paradise Sport not looking to be Paradise now. It's going to be a battlefield. One player from the side of the Xavier will get tagged up to walk down to the ground. Now Lamborghini here left alone to clutch things up now for the side of the Xavier. Can he make the clutch? Fist Boy spraying down, doesn't get the kill, but the zone coming in. And now the Xavier, they're still trying to put up a fight. Gonna go for the recovery. Akaz wants to go for the kill, and he absolutely converts. And now that's gonna be the Xavier taken down out away by official 1-4-1. Wait, no, wrong. NBA Sports.
Yeah, taken down by NB Esports, but we're taking a look at 1-4-1 as they're very, very close to the players of Precision Evos who are right up in the hill. Precision having a little bit of an advantage as they take the high grounds there, and has cover as well, as there's a couple buildings close by, as well as the trees and rocks on that hill, but not able to line up the shots just yet. JD on the side of 1-4-1 official, going to keep that scope hot on the tracks of Precision Evos. Right now, the play zone is going to shrink again as we enter into stage 4, and taking a look at the map, we're going to have majority of their teams having to move towards the left side as they are outside the zone, especially those who are stacked up at that boot camp. And look at this Warden. Now this zone is going to be a little difficult for them to play because a lot of it is going to be the watery areas, and we're going to see a lot of people swimming again today, Warden.
Yeah, I love it. Swimming action is something that is just, interesting to see, but obviously you don't want to be the team that would be swimming, relaxing, and all of a sudden from afar, from a parameter, you have a squad that you have to deal with. But now NBA Sports, as they do take down one player, alter ego areas, they are going to go down as well. Now it's going to be NBA Sports, Morph PX, the Xavier, Egg on XA8, alongside with Genesis Esports and 7 Elements, and last but not least, Vampire Esports eliminated from the chase. We talk about official 1-4-1, IHC, Sem 9, Procedure Evos, Haley Esports, but it's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes and CMF XGSM right now, getting tagged up quite a lot. FAZE Clan from across the river will be able to take a few players down to the ground, but in the process, they do lose one player down to the ground as well. One player half on half, and overall one player as well here fully healed up for the time being. But hey, still plenty more time to play with here for the moment, but at the same time they gotta find a way to move in quick.
Well, they're not too far from the zone, so I don't think moving is too big of a problem. I think it's more of phasing out each other without getting heard by the surrounding teams. As you can see, Sem9 out in the open. They're going to be in an engagement with not only 4 Miracle Vibes, but Hale is right above them as well as IHC. And now with all the chaos happening down there, it looks like it's going to be players of Alter Egos trying to get into the mix as well. And IHC here trying to get the players of 1-4-1 who are behind them out of the game, and everything is starting to become heated here, Warden, because this is a moment which we always mention where sometimes you're going to be faced up against 2, 3, 4 teams at the same time, and that's exactly what's happening to the players right now.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a hiccup here between me and teams as well. And IHC, they have Demo OG down, but fortunately, Meow Meow does go for the pickup. But they are below mountain where they exactly don't want to be in. And Sem9 in the process does get eliminated from the chase. 1-4-1 official as well. And everything is just looking to be so undefined here in this competition. FaZe Clan having the most eliminations alongside with 4 Miracle Vibes. Alter Ego areas will be found into the process. But now, everything is deemed down here. 4 Miracle Vibes East is down. CMF XGSM does have one player out as well. Well, Procedure Evos, they have a complete set of players alongside with Alter Ego areas. And looking like it is going to be them here having the best shape right now as they move over to the next part of the spectrum.
Let's see see how that is going to go down, because right now it looks like the players of Precision Evo is going to try to rotate into a better position for them, but with them only having 2 players left on their team and spotting out the players of IHC, they're going to try and push towards that Misery, specifically with the sniper here, going to try to land a couple shots on Demo, and he's going to be able to knock Demo out from afar, allowing him to get his player back up into the game. For Miracle Vibes, on the other hand, grenade plays coming through, going to be able to get an elimination made up on Hail Esports out of the game now, and 6 teams remain here, but the zone closes up, and it looks like Precision Evo's Misery is just gonna leave his teammate there, as he knows that there's not gonna be enough time to go for the revive, especially since he has to go start swimming into that safe zone area.
Yeah, and now we are seeing that Evo's Misery will be able to confirm 1 player out from the chase as well here from the side of IHC. For Miracle Vibes, they only have Apex here to look out for, and unfortunately, with all the elimination said and done, it's not looking so well. For Miracle Vibes, IHC, Precision Evos, and GSM only having 1 player. So this is going to be happening on what really, pushed through on towards the last and final round for Erangel, and now we are seeing Precision Evos now out from the chase. FaZe Clan now fully in control of the situation. Here coming in from the side of CMF, XGSM. 1 player down below there coming from the side of IHC. And it's only going to take Onzangs here to be impatient, to go for a spray down here down below. Until then, that is going to be IHC eliminated. Same goes for the side of CMF, XGSM. For Miracle Vibes, Apex will get spotted down here from the side of Alter Egos. And I'm foreseeing right now a possible 3 versus 4 as we move over to the next circle in this game.
That is a definite possible situation to happen later on, especially considering that the players of Alter Egos Ares still have all 4 players and FaZe has all 3. Now, for the side of For Miracle Vibes, IHC, and GSM, I think they're going to decide to play this a little bit more passively, a little bit more defensively, so that they don't get eliminated right away. But with FaZe Clan on top, IHC is going to be left down there in the bottom by the ocean, left to swim with the fishes, as he has no way of climbing up without getting spotted by the players of FaZe.
The last 6 just looking to get the final player out away from IHC. Checking to the right, doesn't spot down anyone. Check to the left, doesn't really get the angle as well. But it's just about time for Mia instead of IHC to feel his demise. Stalling time just a little bit, hoping to get more elimination or placement points here. And so far, we are seeing that it is going to be FaZe Clan here, still standing strong. IHC Esports gets thrown out from the chase. And now it's going to be For Miracle Vibes and GSM left alone as the singular players here of this game.
But look at this. Mela6 is going to be able to rotate towards the players of FaZe as well as GSM. And if he's going to be able to get a couple shots landed there, get those kills on GSM and FaZe successfully, then GSM and I think that was For Miracle Vibes actually, then he might just be able to make this an easier game for the players of FaZe. And there is a possibility that the 2 teams that will come out here is going to be FaZe and as well as Alter Egos Ares, but of course they'll have to be able to play their cards right and not really fight too much just yet. But from the looks of it, it looks like they're going to go for the engagements right now. Fnatic trying to take down Mela6 on the side, using those Molotovs to his advantage, as well as the smokes and grenades to deal some damage. And unfortunately, it looks like a couple of the players on the side of FaZe going to fall to their knees to the grenades of Fnatic here as they go towards the way, and Mela6 going to get out of the equation. FaZe down to 1 player left as well. Same thing goes with the players of For Miracle Vibes as well as GSM, and looks like Alter Egos might just take this one away.
It's really looking to be that case now. As FaZe Clan, they only have 1 player here. Same goes for the set of For Miracle Vibes and GSM. Apex does get 1 player out away from Alter Ego Ares, and this could be a 1v1v1. Drops the molly, coming in. Can he get the connection? Throws the nade, doesn't get it to fly through. And now he's looking to get the bandage up. FaZe looking to get the heal up as well. And now it's going to be a 1v1v1 standoff. But CMF XGSM takes away FaZe Clan. Fnatic here from the backside. Apex are on the left. And now he wants to go for the shed instead, looking to wrap around from the outskirts. It's going to be a very interesting standoff now. Alter Ego Errors and 4Miracle Vibes all tied up now in regards to the eliminations.
1v1v1, but it's going to be the team of Alter Egos Aries as well as 4Miracle Vibes with the most kills in the match, and GSM just trying to get a couple more of those placement points to their side. But right now, Fnatic here holding the grenade, waiting for the right time to go in and throw it. Doesn't know that there's a player from 4Miracle Vibes behind him, instead focusing on the player of GSM. But right now, they come into contact, and unfortunately, Fnatic gets taken down by Apex. Apex versus the last player on the side of GSM Dictator. Who is it going to be that wins this battle? Apex with a little bit more health, going to get out of this match alive. And congratulations to the players of 4Miracle Vibes for getting this match.
Yeah, props to them for this one. They are able to finally make the adjustment to win their round here for the set of Sandhawk. So people from the side of 4Miracle Vibes happily smiling right now as their idols got this one through, coming from the side of Apex, Doc, and so much more here into this run. I mean, overall, they were hustling quite a lot. And they've been those players as well that has been, really trying to get off those wins pretty well. But at the same time, it was pretty hard for them to get it through. But finally, here for the side of Sandhawk, they get this one set and going now. 12 eliminations, 8 for the side of Apex. Well, is that really mathing? 12 for the side of... No, that's...
Yes, Warden.
Oh, wait. Oh, it is mathing. Wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Warden.
Yes. It is mathing. But yeah, 22 eliminations, 12 eliminations for the side of 4Miracle Vibes, 22 in total here for the side of the overall run here for the side of 4Miracle Vibes. Alter Ego Errors will have 15, FaZe Clan will have 14, CMF XGSM will have 8, IHC will have 7, Hail Esports alongside with NV Esports will have 5, Procedure Evos alongside with Morph GPX will have 4, 3 for the side of D Xavier, 1 for 1 official will have 2, and Sem9 alongside with Aegon X8 will have 1.
Yep, and unfortunately, Genesis Esports have an element, and I think that was... I'm not quite sure who the last one was. They're not going to get any points for this game, but the top damage dealers for this match, however, are going to be the players for on the side of 4Miracle Vibes, getting 12 kills and 1,731 damage, followed by Alter Egos Aries with the 10 kills. Same goes with FaZe Clan as they get 10 kills, IHC at 4 kills, and GSM at 2 kills in this match specifically.
Yeah, I mean, props to these 5 squads here to be able to, put up a fight. And unfortunately for the set of Alter Ego Aries, it was looking to be a game given to them, but Apex was able to touch up the whole defense here for the set of Alter Ego Aries, picking off players one by one from a distance to the point that it was a 2v1 and a 1v1 here between FaZe Clan. So it was a really clean take for that one. And honestly, I was really proud for the set of 4Miracle Vibes, because that situation right there shouldn't have gone to their way, but it absolutely did, all because of Apex clutching it up.
Yep, definitely a very, very good turn of events in favor of the side of 4Miracle Vibes. And again, congratulations for them for winning that last and final match. But that does bring us to the end of the day, Warden. Although we're closing up for tonight, we still have one more day of action for week 1 tomorrow. So guys, don't forget to tune in for that one. And if you want to know the overall standings of today's matches, go check out the Instagram page.
Yeah, check out the Instagram page of Esports County if you guys want to obviously, check out and be updated on who's going to be having the best odds for tomorrow's run, Wasabi. But fortunately, with every storyline, there is going to be an ending. Wasabi, any last words to say?
Well, I just want to say thank you to not only Mountain Dew but also to Esports County for having us here for the Dew League 2023. Once again, I am Wasabi Gaming, your caster, with Warden, and we are going to be the casters for the English broadcast, and we will be back tomorrow.
Well, see you around, guys. Thank you all for watching, and stay tuned once more. Better subscribe to the YouTube channel and follow the Instagram channel to be updated on the upcoming action. But yeah, that is it, guys. Thank you all for watching once more. See you all tomorrow.